Paterson, good evening. Council Cali, good evening. Welcome to our new renovated City Council chamber. Welcome to the People's House. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to the workshop section on March 11, 2025 at 6 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the workshop session of March 11, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
Here.
Councilman Omar,
Here.
Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez.
Is this on? Oh.
Thank you, Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
One, two.
Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
All right, there's 6 present and 2 absent. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024-2025 meeting date, March 11, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual meeting notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrica, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the City Council, members of the community, before we start with our agenda with 71 items, we're going to 79 items. Before we start with criminal bills, we have our Lieutenant Sharon Easter from our great Paterson Police Department, who has a very important information for all of us. Lieutenant.
Good evening.
Yeah,
Is it a
it's on.
button I push?
It's on.
Oh, you can hear. Good evening. First, I want to say I'd like to thank the whole City Council and the mayor for giving us the grant that we have in order for us to have all our programs. We have our recruitment program that's going on now, and we really need the support of yourselves and the entire community that's watching. We are doing our recruitment. It's a short period. It's only from March 1st to March 31st. And we would love for the community, if you have daughters, sons, nieces, nephews, cousins, best friends, anyone that you believe is interested, or even if they aren't interested, they may have an interest. Once they come and visit us, we actually pay for the application fee. We help you through the whole process, from the prep test to exercising to the actual interview. So I have a couple of officers here who are my mentees, and I would like for them to say a few words, and then we'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, everybody, for all your help, especially with the programs that we have for the youth. You know, when we think about policing, we think about just, locking people up and throwing away the keys, but I've never had so many keys to success to give the youth based on the help that you've given us in the programs, giving these kids resources, services, chances, choices, options, and opportunities, with all the intervention and prevention programs that we have through the police department. It's just been a blessing. I've worked in the school system. I've worked with nonprofit organizations, but like I said, I never had this much resource to provide to my community, and just have the keys to greatness for our youth like this. So it's a blessing. I know that people don't think of policing in this manner, but you know, we do a lot of great work with the intervention and prevention work, and it's all a testament to you guys and your greatness and just supporting us and having our backs. And for the people out there that's thinking about policing or becoming a police officer, I will say this. It's like a job within a job, right? It's a lot of different divisions. You can find your passion in a lot of different things, right? Just try it out, give it a chance, and you know, you can make a really big impact in your city and in your community. So thank you, appreciate it.
Council President.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Officer Ahmed. I've been with the Paterson Police Department for the past 3 years, and I love to serve this great community, Paterson Police Department, and we encourage all of you guys to join the Paterson Police Department and make a difference in our own community. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you so much. You can, if you have anybody that's interested, we're in the malls, we're in the high schools. You can call us. You can come to 930 Main Street anytime between 8 and 6 o'clock. Just call me or call 973-321. 1572. We also left flyers and postcards out there for anybody that's interested. And for the audience here, I know that someone has family members. Everyone needs a police officer in their family. Everybody, no matter what your feelings is about police officer, everyone and everybody in here has somebody that they can pass that card off to, one of the cards off, and give us a call. They can do it, and actually, there's absolutely no excuses for anybody not to become a Paterson police officer. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate all that the City Council and the Mayor's Office has done for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Have a good evening.
Sure. Council Cali, can we put our hands together for our great Paterson Police Department? Thank you, Lieutenant Sharon Easter. Thank you so very much. Councilmember Les.
Lieutenant, please, can you give me a second? And to the two fine officer. So as a proud father, a police officer in Orlando, Florida, because I have my son as a police officer, but one of the things that I could say since I'm sitting here and way before being a councilman from the 5th Ward, you know, and colleague, I guess you could agree with me on this. Every penny that this division receives is well invested in our community.
Absolutely.
So don't get fooled when you say that the police department is not giving back, is not helping, is not doing things. They are putting every penny in our community. That's one. Second, you know, I commend they changed the name now, Community Relation, I believe it is.
Affairs.
Right?
Community Affairs.
Yes, correct. I used to like the Paterson Community Policing better than this name, right? It's more community. But the relation that you guys have, listen, I'm out there, I see it, I stop in my car, I interact with you guys, because that's part of the community. This side, that side, it could bring a positive atmosphere in our streets, and especially that the summer is coming now. I know you guys gotta have your hand full of benefit for the community. So when you see that I'm reposting or posting things from the Paterson Police, one of the pages that I most post and share is from this division and the Paterson Police. Take advantage of it, and this is for everyone in the city of Paterson. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Les. And Paterson, when you see our police officer, greet them, say hello, you know, engage with them, because you're doing a phenomenal job. I see our police department and moving in the right direction. This governing body is in full support of our Paterson Police Department. And Lieutenant, you have done an amazing job.
Yes.
And thank you. And these amazing officers.
Yes.
We have a program on Saturday and Sunday where they've hired close to 20, they'll be hiring 20 young men, and they're going out and cleaning up the communities on the weekends. You haven't really seen them there because they've been cleaning up the senior sites, painting the benches, interacting with the seniors, but you'll see a little more of them during the summer. And if you have an area that you believe that needs some cleaning up, contact Officer Jordan Henry or myself, and we'll come to your area and we'll bring them young men with us. The community affairs, because of all of you and what you give us, we're able to do a plethora of things for the Paterson community. And just so you know, we do it with gladness. We're
Yes.
so happy. I've never
Yes.
seen a bunch of happier police.
You do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you. Payment of bills, Councilwoman Lisa Mills.
Council President?
So,
I'm sorry.
All right. I just want to say one thing to Lieutenant Sharon Easton and the community policing. I think they call it community relationships now. Is that the name they use? But the Lieutenant, I just want to say I appreciate all the hard work that you have been doing in our community, especially with the grant that you get every year. That you do, everybody in the community. It's not one-sided, it's for everyone. And I just want to say I appreciate all the work that you do in our community and to our police department. And like I said, sometimes when I see them park, because, they're stationary in some areas, and, it's nice to say, hello, how you doing? I appreciate the work that you do. Actually, I appreciate all the work that my city employees do, because they really work hard here in the city for us. So I want to say thank you again, and to the young man, which I know since he was a kid.
We partner with every division.
Yes.
Right. I just want to say I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Again, bye-bye.
we love
Thank you,
you.
Councilwoman Cotton. So payment of bills, Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Council President, and to our Finance Chair. For payment of bills, the payment of bills for this week is $17,214,565.58. Of that, $540 million is for payroll. We have 5.2 for our active and retired employees. We're paying Medicaid B payments, workman's comp liability. We have $485,000 of solid waste. We have tax refund reimbursements and waste drop-off. That is the bulk of our payment of bills. I move payment of bills for tonight, Council President.
There's a motion for payment of bill moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by
Discussion.
Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of
Discussion.
bill. Discussion.
Yeah,
Councilman Les.
just quick to the chair, to the CFO, various meeting. Now that we meet once a month or two. The conversation that I generated regarding, even it's a non-payment bill, but I don't know, you got something here for that. The retroactive from the police department, where we stand on that.
Mr. CFO, there's a question on the floor before we continue with payment of bill.
We haven't met yet. We still have to have a meeting. We were supposed to have a meeting to go over the numbers, and we haven't been able to have a meeting yet.
Did they file any kind of paperwork,
Yeah, they filed for arbitration.
arbitration? Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Let the record reflect that we've been joined by Councilman Larach for Udine and Councilman from the First Ward, Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $17,214,565.58. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
You skipped over Councilman Jackson?
Councilman Jackson, I'm sorry. I said Jackson, but I didn't know he was in his seat. I'm sorry. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I apologize for elongating it, but it's been brought to my attention and obviously was posted in an article with regard to some substantial raises that was given. Did the council just address that? Those two employees who just got $15,000 raises? And I guess we're just going to skip over that. Well, I guess they will. I won't. So, Mr. Savalas, I don't know if you can entertain this because I know that you're only standing the seat, but what was the justification for those? Actually, I understand Mr. Foote. Mr. Foote has been, he's been extremely overworked for an enormous amount of time, but the personnel director, who, by the way, was hired without having a college degree, who received the $15,000 pay increase then, is now, but let me not skip over this. She received that initial pay increase for the purpose of her fulfilling the role of doing the payroll. Then we hired an outside company to do the payroll, which we're paying an astronomical amount of money to. And now I'm learning recently that she just got another 105, another pay increase that's put up to $105,000. Do we have any reason behind why this person received such a substantial pay increase?
All right, Harry, so we're in the middle of roll calls, Harry. What we're going to do is, right after we finish roll call, you can answer the question to Councilman Jackson. So, Madam Clerk.
Council President, if I may.
Councilman Davila.
Should we be discussing someone's salary, an employee, without having the person
I'm just
rise?
saying, I know Mr. Harry will know what to answer to that
Okay.
question. I don't want to get into the question itself.
Council-
We're in the middle of roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Let's continue roll call. After that, we have the discussion.
Thank you. You know, to the public, and I'm so happy to be back in here with Brother Malcolm watching over us. Here we are again, yet again. We don't have to discuss the person's name, but the position just got a substantial pay increase. Here we are paying bills where we just write checks for millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars with no level of accountability. And here it is, somebody got to pay. Why I have to be the person to walk in the room and discuss it? While you were in discussion, somebody should have brought it up, that there was a substantial pay increase, that here we have the taxpayers being burdened with, where the responsibility of payroll was supposed to take place in that department, was tasked to this individual who's now gotten another substantial pay increase, who, by the way, let me not forget to mention, who was hired without a college degree, which the position requires a college degree. She has since then acquired her degree, but from what I understand, we're also paying for her extended education as well. She has not been employed in the city for over 5 years. So if it needs to be a rice notice, when is this council going to be responsible? When is this council going to be responsible to the public? When are we going to take accountability on our spending, stop bleeding the city out as we ride around and look at the deplorable conditions? Let me not ask, she does not meet the residency requirements. She lied in the job application. She also then had another employee lie on her application where she forged information on this person's personnel file, where Corporation Counsel was given that information, and that was never answered to either. When is this council going to be responsible? That's my question. So, as I'll do as I normally do, I'll vote no, and everybody else will vote yes, and continue to allow these infractions to continue while the city of Paterson is being bled. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik? Councilman Kalik, is your vote still yes?
I'm sorry?
No, Councilman Kalik, I believe you voted yes before.
Councilman
Of course he voted yes.
Yes? Okay.
Please, Councilman Jackson, it's my
Councilwoman
vote.
Mims.
I vote that way. I wanted to vote.
I wasn't talking
So
to you.
You said, of course, he voted.
I wasn't talking to you.
You said something.
Council
I said- I
members.
can
Let me out of
something.
it. Let me
I
out
can
of
say
your
something.
mouth. Let me out of your mouth.
I wasn't talking to you.
You said it, of course.
Council members, council members, this is the beginning of the meeting.
I wasn't talking to you.
You said, of course, he voted yes.
This is America.
Referring to me.
This is America.
I know.
It's a free country.
I know.
I can say what I want to say.
I know. Like
I
I
did not
said.
address you.
Like
Council
I said,
members.
You
keep
turned
my
around
name
and
out of
addressed
your
me.
mouth.
I never said your name.
Just
I
keep
still
me-
haven't said your name.
Keep
Your name is
keep me
not
out of your
important to me.
mouth. Keep me.
I'm
Keep
just-
my
Council
name out of
members,
your mouth.
please. We're in the
Keep the facts.
Council
Like
members.
I said, no.
Keep my name out of your mouth.
Council members, we're in payment of bills, please. We have 79 items. We have directors that are there. We have a lot of important decisions to make and a lot of great discussion.
That's
Please,
that's
can
all
we
he's gonna
continue the
do.
meeting?
He's, well, you know what he said?
Roll call,
Make
Madam
me.
Clerk.
That's what he said. Make me. Yeah, he like.
I say it
he
every
whis-
time.
He whisper at me.
I say every
Make
time
me.
to the
That's
public.
the kind of stuff he's
Make me
doing.
stop talking. Make me stop
You
being
can talk
truthful.
all you want.
Make me
Like I
stop
said, leave
exposing
my
you.
name out of your mouth.
Make me keep your name out of your mouth. You're a corrupt puppet of the mayor, and I'm going to call you out every single
talk
time.
about corruption.
Every single
Talk
time
about corruption. Come on,
you
man.
take a vote.
Come on, man.
I will call you out every single
Council
time.
President,
And
point
if
of
you want
order,
me not
point
to
of
call
order,
you
Council
out,
President.
if you want me not to call you
Council
out,
President,
make
point of
me.
order.
Do you?
Make me.
Do you?
Make me not call you out.
We're gonna have to call a 5-minute reception in the beginning.
Do what you have to do. If you
I'll be
can't
going
control the
home.
meeting, do what you have to do.
5 minutes, I'm out.
Please.
I'm out.
All right. Madam Clerk.
79, 79.
Councilwoman Mims.
Councilwoman Mims?
So, to the public, because a lot of times, we don't really, we can't go into details in regards to it, but a lot of times we don't get information until sometimes it's in the newspaper or sometimes it's posted on social media. But what can be done, when you see those things, you can reach out to the CFO and to the administration to get some clarity, because most times what's written in the paper is not all of what actually has taken place and what the facts are. So you get sound bites of it's the purpose of writing papers, right? They put sound bites so you could take it and you can feed into it, and then it causes sometimes chaos or an eruption, which I see a little bit of it on social media. But once I saw that, I reached out to our CFO and to the administration. There was a clear reason why these individuals were given what was deserved. The union was a part of the scenario with one of the individuals. We support our union. When the union stands and fights for employees, I'm not going to go against a union fighting for a worker that works 24/7, 365. That's just, I'm just going to put that on record. I can't go into all the other details, but when they stand and they fight and they advocate and then they win for a worker, it would be hypocritical of me on this side to fight against what the union fought for. So, but in order to get that information, you have to reach out to the administration, or we just came out of a committee to talk about some of those things which can't be discussed openly into the public. And I just want to say that what we're voting on now is to pay our employees, to pay our retirees, active and retired, Medicaid B. That is what we're voting on today. Is that other information important? Yes, but there are a lot of ways that we could resolve it, and I'm going to say it once again. We are looked at all over the state, arguing back and forth, whether necessary or unnecessary. So we got to find a way to keep a proper decorum, which is a statute and an ordinance by law of the council that we have to keep in place. So many people are watching, and we have 79 items to get through on tonight. Not that no question is not important or concern, I think it is, but we also have to make sure that we don't just wait till we come to the public to express it. You have ways to do it outside of just doing it here. With that being stated, this bills list is for the majority of our employees, whether they're active or retired, and that's what the bulk of this bills list is for. I'm never going to stop our employees from getting paid. As a matter of fact, our payment is in here. So I'm not going to say, I'm going to vote against myself. I'm never going to do that. I always bet to win. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Newton?
You're doing good. You're doing good for your first time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. So we need to get our services. The hardworking men and women of the departments should get paid. I would say no on the day I will decide not to get payment from the city. Otherwise, I definitely will support that. I cannot be double standard. I have to expect that every 2 weeks I'm going to get my paychecks. At the same time, I'm not going to support the paying of the bills and paying the payments of the employees of the city. I can't do that. I definitely want, definitely we have the questions about the raises. We do. But it does not mean we cannot stop paying for all the employees and all the services that the requirement for the city of Paterson. So I believe that we have to keep our standard, we keep ourselves clean, because I believe that I should get paid every 2 weeks. And the day you think that you should not get paid, then go ahead, vote for no. So I think that this fight is just getting attention, creating chaos to the community. I don't see any productive discussion on this. With that being said, I believe that this is the very first day we are back to the council chamber. I think our council members, the people, the city of Paterson can see us as a model for them, and then we can maintain the decorum here in the chamber. And with that request and respect to my council colleagues, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
Madam Clerk.
Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Okay, so yes, it's on.
The last 5 million.
Okay, that's good. So we are here on the summer disbursement, the payment of bills, and all the service that have been listed in different departments have been rendered, some of them, and all of them, actually, because that's why they're getting paid based on what was presented to us, and also there's a payroll on it. Well, Councilman Udine was saying, if I vote no, I should not get paid. That's what he's saying, right? So in other case, I always vote yes, because everything before it gets here comes through different department, goes to the BA, goes to different scrutiny before they come and render a report of payment of bills. Ladies and gentlemen, as you notice, we are in the new chambers. The lights are new, the chairs are new, the decks is refurnished, the walls are painted. It looks beautiful. One thing I have to say is, we need to pray hard to at least to see we could take out of this chamber the demons and the evil things that people come and bring to this council. Because listen, we need to send a message out there. We need to send a message out there that we are working. You could agree, disagree. That's fine. But this is getting out of control. Every meeting that we have is a disrespect to our colleagues. This is a slandering statement, is a threat. You know, the other day I was watching the President of the United States of America directing to the Assembly, the Congress and the Senate, and everybody knows somebody was not thrown out, was censored, and was telling that he was breaking the decorum, and that's what happened. So, corporate to council,
that's the law.
Please bring some highlight, because when this happened, the president had to put his foot down.
That's the law.
Hit the gavel, go to a roll call. If somebody's breaking the quorum or breaking, the peace in these chambers, had to be removed. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. And the public and this side had to have respect each other. Respect goes both ways, from this side and that side. Saying that, payment of bills, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my payment of bill, on payroll, we have $5,539,465.50. The Finance Committee, we met for close to an hour during the Finance Committee to go over the payment of bills. It's easy to talk about being irresponsible. Well, being responsible, it's spending time going line item by line item before you come and sit here. Our employee, there's over $5 million for payroll, only on payroll. How nice it is to say, oh, I'm responsible, I'm voting no. You're being very irresponsible. Now I challenge you and I encourage any person, any of my colleagues that wants to be responsible, get involved in your committee, ask questions. Now for the public, this is a public document. Ask questions, send an email to the administration, call us, and we will give you that information. This is our city, and the best way to fight is to fight together. And if you need information, ask for that information. But let's be informed, and let's have an educated discussion, and let's respect each other. During the public portion, every person here wants to speak, the name is there, the list is there, you have 3 minutes. But you gotta be mindful. Do not disrespect this chamber, do not disrespect the council, and we don't want profanity in this chamber. We have 2 police officers, and I would respectfully ask any person to disrespect this chamber to leave this chamber, because enough is enough. We have 79 items, and only on payment of bill, we are attacking each other like never before. If we're gonna ask questions, let's concentrate on the agenda. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Item 60, Madam Clerk, our fire, the officer for the fire department is on duty.
Council President.
I need to take item 60 before we continue. So he's on duty, and he just came for that specific item. Madam Clerk.
So, Council
Item number
President.
60, Councilwoman Davila.
So, Council President, item number 60 is a fire item. The Public Safety Committee met. We went over the resolution. There's a request by the chief to solicit bids for the purchase and delivery of 1 aerial ladder truck, bid number 25.25 for the fire department, and this would be through CDBG funding. I believe
Cons-
I'm sorry, I believe it's is it 1.6 or
1.6,
1.7?
1.7, 1.6.
Okay, so 1.6 million. Again, this is a solicitation of bids. If my colleagues are okay, the
Yes.
committee was okay moving it forward, I'd like it to go on consent.
Thank you. Item number 61.
Council
consent.
President.
Question on item, Councilman Jackson?
Council President, the chair failed to acknowledge me prior to Councilwoman Davila asking a question, and I feel it was intentional. I feel compelled to point out a few things based on your commentary, your statements, and I would have a question with that, my question. So first of all, just to answer the Councilman Velez, the rules of decorum differ from board to board. The Congress, U.S. Congress, they have different rules than we have. And therefore, individuals who have stepped outside of decorum that's already outlined in their rules of decorum. We have rules of decorum as well. I want to urge the Council President, because you made a gross threat to the public. If you watched the proceedings with the Congress recently, there was a congresswoman, I can't tell you exactly from where, she used profanity. She was not chastised because in America, there is a such thing called freedom of speech. You cannot tell someone at the podium how the manner in which they choose to let out their frustration. I'm patiently waiting for you to direct the police to arrest someone or remove someone illegally. This is the House of the people. Just because they come here and protest of you and they make an attempt to hold you accountable does not mean you can threaten the public by making statements about what they can and cannot say at the podium. People are adults. If they choose to use language that expresses their frustration, that's their prerogative. If you want to explain to me and show me in the charter where it talks about someone having a choice of language, talks about being boisterous and loud, but if they have the podium, they have the podium. It's their prerogative to speak how they choose to speak. And lastly, I'll just say make this last statement and ask a question. There's been many items that I've requested, and you've been the chair the entire time for quite a bit of the duration. Where's the reports on spending for the stadium? I can go down the line of all the reports that I've requested that we could go through line by line that you as the chair have failed to hold the administration accountable for presenting. Now you make a comment about whether or not we have to be responsible to employees. You as the chair and every other council person has the ability, but unfortunately we have to work as a council. I've requested on numerous occasions to split the payment of bills. You're talking about coming in here not being responsible. Obviously, you're not driving around the city. You're not driving around the city and seeing the overwhelming amount of garbage and the conditions of the city that we're in.
But
it doesn't matter what if the council president, if the chair chose to address me directly or indirectly, I have an opportunity. It says within our charter that I have an opportunity to address whoever I have an opportunity to rebut. It says it clear in our charter. So if you're going to address me or make a statement that speaks directly against what I'm saying that we should be responsible in doing, I have an opportunity to address that. That's the matter of decorum. In case you don't know, I could point out the statute and the charter line item that talks directly to that.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councilman. So, Councilman Mims, we have 2 items on community development. Director Barbara McClinton.
Yes.
So, item 37 and 38.
Thank you, Council President. So the community development.
I'm sorry, Council. We were on. My apologies, but we didn't finish voting.
We don't vote.
No, it's not consent.
I don't mean voting. I mean it's okay to.
No, it's on
Yes.
consent.
That's what I meant. My
Thank
apologies.
you.
So it's good. Consent.
So 37
You're
and
good.
38, Madam Director. So these 2 items, we met in our Community Development Committee. One of the items, we have a program in the city for our residents. So if you need rehabilitation on your home, I believe it's on Wednesdays after 10 o'clock. There's a gentleman that is always in 125 Ellison Street on the second floor where you can go and pick up the application, whether it's windows, roofing, different things that you need done. You fill out the application, they call you in, and then upon approval, it comes before the council. So this, one of the items is for one of the gentlemen that lives in our 4th Ward here in the city of Paterson that went through that process, and I'm saying to the public that it's available and open, and I continue to push it through the community so that people can go on Wednesdays after 10 o'clock to pick up that application if you need work done in your home. So that's one of the items. The other items is on number 38, I believe, on number 38.
38.
And I would like that item to go on consent for Mr. DeBose, number 38. And then the number 37, we had recommended in our Community Development Committee maybe 2 years ago with our not-for-profits that come in to make their applications, that we will have a program monitor that will assist to make sure that their applications are on target. They give them consultation through that. We have found that it's been very helpful for our not-for-profits where they're able to apply for money, stay on task, and do their due diligence. And that's what the second item is for. And I want to thank the our director and that department and our committee for making sure that gets done. This is the second item, and I would like to see both items go on consent, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So 37 and 38 consent?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, if I may.
Councilwoman, and right after Councilwoman Davila.
Okay. If I may, Director Barbara McClendon, I just want to say that this program has really, really worked good in the city. I sent many people to you, and I know that they're there on Wednesday. I just say to the people, when you go there, you got to have all your paperwork in order. If you got everything in order,
A lot of people.
you don't want to have to come back and forth bringing back paperwork. So I want to say to you, Director, and your staff for doing an excellent job. And believe me, community, a lot of people have come through with this program, and hopefully by next year we can even increase that funding more from CBG and this helps homeowners do improvement to their property. There's a guideline, but I find that a lot of them are included in that guideline, so I just want to say thank you, Director McClendon, because every now and then someone will call me and say, thank you, Councilwoman, for directing me to that department, for getting work done for my bathroom, or getting me a boiler, or getting me a roof, or getting me something that I need to have done in my house. So I want to say, Director McClendon, thank you so much, and your staff for everything that you do, because many people have come through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilwoman Davila.
So, Council President, to all my colleagues and to the viewers, I want to thank you once again for all the phone calls, all the prayers. I am in my actually first week of stitches being removed, so it's only been 2 weeks. I'm happy I'm going to be returning back to work as I am here today. I will not be able to stay for the full meeting as I cannot sit for long, but I would ask respectfully to my colleagues and to Council President if the items where I am chair, since I have met, we've done our meetings either through, well, I don't want to touch 15 if I can, only because I have director here as we had a Health and Human Services meeting virtually. I want to be able to just, if I can just move quickly, if you see items 43 through 49 are finance. All of them were discussed in finance. They are all renewals to motor vehicle junk card licenses. If any council member doesn't have any issue with it, I'd like 43 to 47 to go on consent. 48 and 49 are new entertainment show licenses. I'd like them both to go on regular, as we do not know who the entities are. And I know my Vice Chair of Finance.
Sorry, Councilwoman. Item 47. We're going to pull item 47 for now. 48, 49.
No, 47, 48, and 49. all three of them would go on regular. These are new entertainment licenses, and so I want to just make sure that we're
Yeah,
able
we're
to
gonna bring
have
them back for a workshop, that's
We're gonna bring, that's what I'm saying, Councilwoman.
for
I
the
don't-
next workshop in April.
For the next workshop. They're not going on the next meeting. They will go on the next workshop.
We're gonna
We will
invite
have
the
time
business
to have a
owners.
conversation with the owner.
So,
I
Madam
have some
Clerk-
concern about the item 47, so it's in the third ward. I
Okay,
know
so
some of my
Madam-
council colleagues as well.
So, Council President, through you, Madam Clerk, 47, 48, and 49 will go to April workshop. We need all the entities.
No,
to
no,
be
no,
called.
49 is good because it's a pocket license.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I do not know the entity. I'd like to have a discussion, if
Okay.
that is okay.
It's
You know,
not
it
time
can't go on
sensitive.
consent. All right, so these three items,
It's a pocket license.
It's a junkyard. It's a junkyard.
Councilmember, just a minute.
that's not an entertainment.
The 47, 48, yes.
Okay,
Pull it.
once again, 47 and 48, Madam Clerk, please call the entities to be here in our April workshop, okay? And then 49, that, I guess,
Consent.
that can go on
Consent,
consent.
yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Council President, if I may, in terms of finance, it continues on to 62, 63, 64, and 65. Those as well are
Don't renew.
parking lot license. It's also coin-operated amusement device
Consent.
licenses. If 62, 63, 64, and 65 can go on consent, if my council
Consent.
colleagues are okay with that.
Correct.
62, Madam Clerk, 63, 64, and 65 will go on consent. If we can then, Council President, I'm sorry,
Item
if we can
15.
then move on to items 50 through 54, which are Health and Human Services. We have the director here.
Which one?
Okay, we'll do library, but this, I'm only because I am going to be leaving. That is the reason why I'm trying, because we held, I know, we held, I wanted to just.
Got it, got it,
because
we got it.
I do have to leave, so I do apologize for that. But the first one, item 50, is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of Code Blue funding. If that is okay with everyone,
Consent.
we can move that to consent.
Yeah.
Item 51 is a resolution authorizing the applying and acceptance of family, court, and state community partnership grants from the Passaic County Youth Services Commission for
Consent.
the Youth Services Transitional
Yeah,
Specialist
consent.
Program.
All can go on consent
They're
because
big
they're
things,
all
exactly.
Well,
things
I
we've
just
been
want to
doing.
make sure if anyone doesn't
No.
have any questions on these items, as they
I know.
did go home over the weekend,
they-
we were discussed, we discussed it in committee as well.
suspected to
So,
leave,
Madam-
Director Ramirez,
Madam
for the
Clerk,
last one.
50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 will all go on consent.
Thank you,
Yeah, you
Councilmember.
could take the director with you, though.
And then the last items that I will discuss, I know that there's more, is economic development. We also held an economic development committee meeting with the director along. We have our assistant director here. We also had Dipto Roy, the director of UEZ, as well as Gianfranco. I'm so sorry. I'm looking at you and I'm like, your name, oh God, Gianfranco for Historic Preservation. So if you can look at items 39 to 42.
Well, those require some level of discussion, so
Yes,
I'm not going to rush through
Councilwoman,
any
I-
of those.
All right, so, but this is
Council
what I want to know,
President.
and I'm okay with that, but I just want you to, just so you
Yeah.
understand, all those items were discussed in committee and they moved for the council for
Absolutely.
further discussion.
Yeah, 39 could
It's
go
going to
to
be good
consent.
discussion, and, I for one can say this.
39 could go to consent.
I am okay for the items to be moved, if you want to put them on regular.
And there's
you
two
can do
more.
that.
Exactly. I want to give the opportunity to my
77
council
and
colleagues to go
78.
over those items and spend,
77
take
and
more time
78.
on that.
Hold on.
39 could go to consent.
They were not in our packet,
No,
but
no,
they're
no, we're
on.
not going to discuss. If Council President has indicated there's going to be further discussion, I just want to make sure that you all understand that these items were, and they did go through committee. Okay, it was a 2-hour committee meeting, but it was a good committee meeting where it was decided to move forward for the entire council to then have a further discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So let me,
72 was removed.
77 and 78.
yeah, so we're now there, Councilmember. Let's take item 59, that's the library. I have the
yeah.
director here.
President.
Item 59, the resolution authorizing.
Council
a
Council
President.
President,
Council-
just.
And that's Councilmember last statutory
Council
agency,
President,
item
just-
59.
just-
30, sorry.
One second, and my apologies, Council President. So the last item that I'd like to discuss after we do library is item for first reading, and then I'll be leaving.
Okay,
And
Council
Council
members.
President.
Just because she's leaving,
hear.
the gentleman is here, and I think.
We
that she
haven't
goes
done
to second.
economic development
The
yet.
one, for he could not
39
wait
to
all night
42.
here, that's why. The one for
No,
the
no,
railroad?
She
Council
said
member,
regular.
every item is important, so let's take item 59, then we'll go through the
Let's do the
agenda.
library. It's
But
only one
Council
item.
President, just so Madam Clerk can hear, 39 through 42 has not been decided yet.
Okay,
No, no.
thank you.
Okay?
I thought she said regular. Okay, thank you.
39.
Thank you.
No, I'm talking about 39.
Yeah. Item 59, library.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
I mean, she just went over almost half the agenda. I mean, there's some items that I don't want to continue to move past. We talked about the and the director already left.
Which one?
Barbara.
That's community
She never
development.
be here.
Yeah, but because I was waiting to, everybody talked about and praised how fantastic the program is going. Where's the report? Where's the report on the number of houses a number of residents that received assistance last year? How much money from CDBG was designated last year? You guys said you know what it is. You gave all these praises. Maybe she don't have the answer. Maybe some of you might have the answer. Nobody here has it?
Councilwoman Cotton. So, Councilwoman Cotton, that's a very, Councilwoman Cotton, as the chair, Councilwoman Mims, that's a very legitimate question for Councilman Jackson. For the next meeting.
All my questions are
For the
legitimate.
next meeting, so let's get a full report of all the property, and I'm just gonna say, this is one of the most effective programs that I see, and I would like to encourage everybody to please support this rehab program. I've been helping a lot of people in the third ward to fix their property, and all in the third ward throughout the city of
Council
Paterson.
President, with all due respect, all we need is the report. We don't need more,
I already asked for the report, Councilman. That's your question. Ask for the report. Councilman Cotton will, Mims will take care of that. All right. So we have item 59. So that's the statutory agency. Council members,
Consent for library.
library consent.
Thank you. 59.
I have Director Billy from Public Work.
59. It's consent.
59 is consent.
Item,
Yes. For the,
but my question to the director is, when the elevator going to get fixed? So Director Flemings?
What happened?
Director Flemings. Item number 59 is going to go in consent, but my question is, when is the elevator going to get fixed in the library, the main library?
Hopefully the elevator gets fixed this month.
This month?
The parts are coming in on next Tuesday, the 18th, and shortly thereafter.
Okay, it's going to come in.
Yes.
I just want to say, if anybody has not gone to the library, but the display is down, I want to say to you, Director Flemings, that you really put a nice display for Black History Month in the library on the second floor. I just want to commend you and the staff, the young lady. It was a really nice Black History display, and it displayed boxing people and referees in the boxing industry. And I just want to say your staff did an excellent job putting that together. And I had said that to you before, that she really, I could see that she put her heart in putting that together. So let her know that I commend her for what she was doing for our Black History Month program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely will.
thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director. Okay. So, yeah, before Public Work, there's one item, first reading. Item number 15, ordinance amending and supplementing Paterson Code, Chapter 435, Article 4. Councilwoman Davila.
So Council President, and
brief.
to all my colleagues, and to the community, and to everyone that's present here today, for the last a little over a year ago, and this is about a year and a half, we had a young lady come here to complain, and not the first one, but one that was really prominent, in indicating that she got ticketed for parking in front of her driveway. And so through legal, I started researching and seeing what other municipalities had, if any, an ordinance in place where it allows them to be able to do that, to block their driveways, right? We have an issue in the city of Paterson with parking. So you figure there are people that have their driveways that they'll be able, you know, to block. But because of the state having a state statute that indicates that you can't do that, right, you can get ticketed. And so the only way that you don't get ticketed is if the city decides to move forward and have an ordinance in place, a law that indicates that you're able to do that. So with that, through legal, we researched. Passaic has an ordinance in place. So does, I believe, Hoboken. I did have a conversation with our DPW director, who did not have any issues with the item whatsoever. You know, we did have not an extensive, but we had a conversation in finance as well. And so it's here before us. I believe that it's something that is needed. The ordinance in place would indicate that the homeowner would be the individual that would be able to get up to 3 permits and allow, if there's a tenant or up to 2, to be able to get a permit, and that permit will go on your dashboard. And through the police department, if they see that permit there that matches the license plate, and you must have your car registered at that place. If you do not have your car registered to the address where that driveway is, you cannot park there. You will be ticketed. And we get it. We have some people that have their cars registered through their mom, their dad, a brother or sister, and the car. Unfortunately, you would not be able to have that permit. The permit would be specific for the homeowner to be able to say who is able to park, and you can only block your driveway. And so the ordinance here is in place. You know, there can be further discussion. There is not a monetary fee. We figured that there's so many fees involved, there's so much going on, that, you know, through DPW, it would be issued there. If you can read, if there's anyone that wants to add anything to this ordinance, but it is an ordinance that was looked upon through Passaic and as well as Hoboken. And so I hope that, you know, my colleagues, I know that Councilwoman Mims, Madam Clerk, would also like to be a co-sponsor. I know Councilwoman Cotton as well requested also to be a co-sponsor, and Councilman Kalik. All right, we all believe, and anyone else that wants to be able to be added as well. I think this is a body, although I worked with Corporation Counsel through legal to draft this, I think it's important that we as a body decide that there is an issue in the city of Paterson with parking. We do not want our constituency to get ticketed because they parked in their driveway, because there's no parking around, all right, and because maybe there are 2 cars that can fit in the driveway. And so, you know, with that said, I hope that this council, and I'd like it to go on regular. It is a first, well, actually, it's a first reading. It doesn't go on regular. It's a first reading. There is going to be a second reading and a public hearing where the public can also come if they have any concerns or questions, or maybe say, hey, this is a good thing for us in the city of Paterson. Thank you very much.
Madam Council President.
Councilman Dean.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman, and I am fully in support. I believe that could have done. But my frustration is that we have introduced so many legislation for different departments, and this is particularly for police department to make sure that if anyone calls, they cannot go and issue a ticket. But I miss a part, which is how the new ordinances that we pass in the council chamber, how they communicate with their employees. This is where my frustration is. I'm talking about the block I live in on Lexington Avenue. Across from my house, and if you can recall, Park Avenue Foods, there is a company at the dead end of Albion Avenue. They had an incident last year. One of the lady was in an accident. I'm not sure if you can recall the situation. One of those trucks parked on my block for last many days. Even last night, I called police. Police went there, issued ticket, and left. Is still there. There's another guy leaving his truck on the block as well. Back in 2020, early 2023, we amended an ordinance that on our city street, you cannot park any vehicle or commercial vehicle which is over 2 tons. Before it was 7 tons, now we minimize it to 2 tons. If they do so, that truck will be towed. Now, my point is that when we are passing those ordinances, do you think the employees are concerned and aware and knowledgeable about these ordinances? And how do they communicate on those stuff? So I want Madam Clerk to take notes on this, because I cannot make phone calls to the police department every single day, because this is kind of disrespect. As I am a legislative body, I am a representative of the city, and in front of my house, people are breaking the law. The truck parked last many days. Every day I call police, they go 2 hours later, issue tickets, they leave. They cannot let it go and continue like this. I don't know what's the connection they have with the court system, whether they pay ticket or not, I have no idea. However, every single department employee should have knowledge about any new ordinance comes. I don't know what's the method of their communication with their employees, that I'm not knowledgeable. However, I think when, let's say, Councilman Davila, Councilman Velez and other council colleagues, they introduced something new today. But if this just stays here, if the police department or whoever should enforce, they are not fully aware of what we introduced today, then this is not going to be implemented. And this is exactly what's happening right in front of my house. And I'm talking about the experience that happened last night. So can you please communicate with the Paterson Police Department to make sure that they cannot just issue a ticket and leave, and they cannot continue to happen, and they don't even tow this. There's no consequences. So what's the point of just throwing this paper for no reason? And we are, I'm sorry, Councilman, I'm talking from my frustration.
Members, wait until Councilman didn't finish.
I understand our residents sometimes are very frustrated, and many things are happening. People dumping trash on our street, this and that. But trust me, as a legislative body, we have great ordinances on the paper. Implementation has to come from the executive bodies, not from here. So because of that, you feel that we are just failing. Not really. We do have everything on the paper, but just the reality is failing there. So I believe that if we address anything, not only the head of the department knows about what's happening, but every single employee should be also have to have knowledge as what we introduced today in the council chamber.
All right, Councilwoman Mims, and right after Councilman Velez.
Yeah, so I think it's a good piece of legislation, but I would like to put on the floor to amend it to Councilwoman Davila, who's a sponsor, and we have agreed to co-sponsor, but Corporation Council to amend it to a maximum of 3 cars. Each person, as they apply for a permit, it will be just add the charge, $25 fee per car. So it's an allotment. It's another way to help with raising revenue and helping the taxpayer cost base in the city of Paterson. So that means if you as a homeowner want to allow someone, because currently if you park across the driveway, you get ticketed, right? So this law that's being put in place says if you want to have someone park across your driveway at night, they can do it, but they have to apply for a permit. If it goes for the $25 fee, they'll have a signage in their window and they can park there and not worry about getting ticketed and towed. So this is something to help. We got a lot of people that have requested it. Oh, Ms. Mara is here. You mentioned Ms. Mara is here on tonight. She mentioned it before, and other people have stated it as well. I think it's a good way for people because we know parking is a serious concern in our community, and I think this will help offset. Caution to the people that park across the driveway. If I have to be at work at 7 in the morning, please move your car by 5:30, 6 o'clock so I can get to work on time. So homeowners, please stress that to the people that you're allowing to park there so that they will know, and that may have to be a stipulation, because if you park there and then we need you towed and you're nowhere to be found, then you should have the flexibility to tow their car. So I want to make sure that that stipulation is known and stated to homeowners that are allowing this to happen. And you don't have to allow it. It's something as a homeowner, you don't have to do it, but if you want to do it, it will be available and on the books.
Thank you, Councilman Mims, for adding that amendment. So I have Councilman Velez right after.
Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you,
Velez and Councilman Jackson right after.
So just to tell my DPW chair that this is not a new paper that we brought in today, even at a sign. if it's signed today on the 11th, means that we proceed to put it in the agenda today. But it was discussed way back in committee. The issues that people was bringing, and we took notice from the council, and this coming to completion today. One of the things that is good is that the person had to request a permit through DPW. It will bring revenues, and the car had to be registered in New Jersey, especially in Paterson, okay? It's not for people that come from out of state and you could block their driveways. The other thing is, this is only give permission to block the driveway of that particular house. It's not to park in your neighbor's driveway. It's not to park in the 2 blocks away neighbor's driveway. And the other thing is, Councilman, there's a numerous high calls of people blocking driveways and handicap. Councilman, I just want to direct this clarification to you, please. Councilwoman, please.
And you have to assign somebody to do that job.
The amount of calls that come, Councilman.
Please continue, Councilman.
Yeah, I know, because he launches something, and I want to clarify something, yes. The amount of calls that Paterson Police receive about blocking driveways, blocking handicaps, blocking a car from another ward because it double parks, commercial vehicle, that's being enforced by PD. And we could do an analysis to the court. It's amount, and especially when the amount of the fee went up to 750, we have seen minimum trucks out there. People are parking away from Paterson, and they even going to Passaic. That's why Passaic asked me to send in the ordinance, the overnight parking, for they could be strict over there because everybody's going down to Passaic. Now, there's a word called discretion. Probably the person says, well, cop gave a ticket. You never know if the guy came out and say, okay, I got the ticket, but please don't tow it. So it's a discretion for the police department. It could be 100 times. The cop had the discretion, you know, and no, it's a discretion. You never know if the person came out crying. I don't have money to take out my car from the pound. I don't want to call Councilman Velez to take my card out, you know, things like that, right? So this is a good, this is not a feel-good ordinance. This is good because it's going to bring revenues, and it's going to put a little bit of order for people out there. Last but not least, Corporation Council, this is not new item, but it's related to this. About 2 years ago, I think it was Albert, the one that resigned and left, the one that at the back used to always be that type low. Alfred, yeah. Albert, he dragged for me, and I brought in the example from Norbergen and those sections that have parking, citywide parking permits. And he drafted, I think now the new guy that handled the DPW items, he still has I want to bring it back to the floor and count, because it already was discussed in the in committee to bring it, the citywide parking permits, and that also will alleviate also people that have a car registered in other city, other states, or whatever, because there's a lot of people taking advantage of our streets. So to bring it to the next workshop, if it's possible, because it already was discussed in committee. And the reason we didn't brought it back because the agenda was tight and we only was 1 meeting, 2 meetings a month, okay?
Thank you, Councilman Velez. So we have Councilman Jackson, and right after.
No, I just wanted to put something on the record because I want them to duly noted that some of the council members, specifically our new councilman Omar and Councilman Khalid, they're in the middle of Ramadan, so they're breaking fast. So you're not seeing them because they have asked to be excused. But I wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you.
So no one will question why they're not sitting here. They are breaking fast.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So there's a few things. Obviously, I think it's a decent piece of legislation. It should be saving the public from getting, unnecessary charges. but there's many items that are on our books relative to ordinances that just get abused. For example, several years ago, I sponsored a residency parking ordinance that this council approved, and it's on Tyler and Paterson Street. There was a few other places, even on 34th or 39th, I forget what street it was. The administration went there 7 years ago, put signs up, says permit parking only. They never issued the permits, never enforced it. People continue to park there 7 years ago, and we haven't had one positive action for the permit parking that this council approved on Tyler Street, or on 34th or 37th, I forget what street that is. There's been no enforcement, there's been no issuance of permits, so we approve these things, and they don't get fulfilled. The administration is failing. This council is not holding them accountable for it. This last snowstorm we had, over 20+ vehicles in the first ward got towed because they left the snow on the car more than 2 days. All the crime going on in the city, your priority became towing residents' vehicles who had left the snow on their vehicle. And yeah, that's on the books as well. It's in the ordinance. It was tough for me to argue, but this is where the priority became. You know what else is on the books? Let me remind the council. It's one of the first pieces of legislation I worked on when I got elected. Early morning road closures. No closing roads before 9 a.m. I sent pictures to the chief just today. They close the roads whenever they want to. The ordinance says they shouldn't. But now, when we want to target certain people, listen, I like the legislation. I'm happy to support it so long as there's no associated fees. The moment this becomes another fee for the residents, I'm not in favor. Because here we are, it's a money grab, and the only people that's paying the price are the residents. Services are being poorly distributed, but we're consistently adding on fees. Lastly, I'll ask this. As we do these things, see, when you have a responsible administration and a council that's astute and holding the administration accountable, this would have been accompanied by a report by how many people have been impacted by this, how many summonses have been given out in the last year, 2 years, how many residents has actually had an issue. I do know it's an issue, but where is the reporting? We're just going by we're guesstimating on what the problems are. We put our finger in the water, see if it's almost boiling. There should be a responsible report given to us so we know if the PD is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, if they're targeting certain residents or certain situations. Because I know many residents that call because their driveway is being blocked, and their thing is like, listen, it doesn't even make any sense for me to call because PD doesn't show up for 2 hours, and they say that blocked driveways are low on the priority list. Now we're giving them a permit to do it, and without having the reports and without having a clear understanding of how this thing is going to be distributed, how is it going to be implemented, I'm going to have a difficult time supporting it because this administration has not been able to fulfill one task. And I'll just say this last thing. They questioned the elevators at the library. The elevators at the new senior citizens building at Hinchcliffe Stadium, every other day I get a text. I got a text today. We allowed the developer to spend $110 million with no reports. I know I'm going to keep, it's like a broken record. I'm going to keep saying it. And they used the cheapest materials known to man up there. Windows falling out within a month's time that people have been living there. The elevator, there's only one elevator in the building, and every other day you have a senior citizens building where the elevator is being broken down. We have to hold the administration accountable for the things that we're doing. This is just another example. So I'm happy to support it if it doesn't have these any associated fees, and also if we're going to have an outline, because I didn't read any place in here on how this is going to be implement it? Who's going to be responsible for, okay, well, DPW was responsible for distributing the last residency parking permits, and it never got done. So in this case, how is it going to be implemented? Who's going to do the enforcement? How are officers going to delineate whether or not the vehicle that has the tag in its window is actually the one that's registered to the system? Is there going to be a database that's driven? There's a lot of factors or questions that need to be answered. So I'll rest it there, and hopefully these items will be presented before this is voted on.
Okay, council members, so we have an economic development, we have item 39 through 42, and 78 and 78. Let's start with item 39, which is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of the historic project grant from Passaic County Cultural and Heritage Council. We have Gianfranco here.
So again, Council President, these items went through committee, and the first item is authorizing the acceptance of a history project grant that is from the Passaic County Culture and Heritage Council County History Partnership Program for installation of signage. So this grant is going to be specific to signage, marking locations of safe houses of the Underground Railroad in Paterson. So Gianfranco, if you can please come forward and just quickly just present the 3 or 4 points that were discussed in committee. And if any council member has...
And let the record reflect Councilman Khalid is the chairperson, and he's not, it's
Correct,
Ramadan.
Council President, that is why, because I ran the meeting, that is why I'm speaking upon this, as he gave me the ask to please, because he was in prayer at the time.
Gianfranco?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, council members, this resolution is for the acceptance of a small grant of $10,000 for a $15,000 project. There's a $5,000 matching requirement, of which $3,000 can be in kind, which is staff time and DPW time for the signage portion, and $2,000 in cash match. So it means that the city would have to put $2,000 toward the grant project. So this is the third grant project toward our Underground Railroad site in Paterson, the Huntoon Van Rensselaer site on Broadway. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it, I'm sure, but people at home probably are as well. The first grant was to pay researchers to do an application for the site to be put on the National Park Service's Network to Freedom, which it was designated and put on that network. And then the second grant was to create a website to showcase the research that was done for the application. The website exists, it's up and running, it's been up and running for more than a year now. This grant is to expand the website so that the additional research that was completed with the Underground Railroad application found different locations close by to our downtown, actually, that were involved with, people that were involved with the Underground Railroad activities to expand on the story of Huntoon and Van Rensselaer at that one particular site. So we thought that it would be important to try to spread that, that knowledge and that information, and this would put signs, kind of like street signs, basically, metal street signs, that have a QR code that anyone can scan, and that will take them back to the website, and it will explain that location, the people associated with it, and so forth. So that's what the grant is for, and that's what the resolution is asking for.
Council President. Council
President. Just a minute.
Council President.
Just a minute. Councilwoman Mims?
So I saw, so you put a display, but I do see the outline of about 13 locations that will be on this Safe House passage, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But you gave the one for First Amy Zion Church. So I'm just looking out for people that don't know how to use QR codes. Is there a way that we could possibly put like a small blurb of the historic connection with the Underground Railroad on this signage? I mean, even if you want to do it in addition to the QR code, I just would like, if say for myself as an educator in this district, that we can have like tours for our students that can go through these different sites, and there is something that they could look at and to read, possibly for a part of their, the learning and the reading aspect. So I don't know if this could be amended to add that, but I just wanted to put it on the floor, that could be done in addition. QR codes are great, but a lot of people do not know how to use QR codes, and I think it would be great to have that historic information listed on that signage. And I think we probably could still do it because it looked like it's in a working position, correct?
That's correct. I don't know if people can see this. The council members have this in their packet.
No, I have it.
Okay.
And I know when you zoom, I did all that. But that's why I'm asking, in addition to this, like I got the packet at home, so I just want to be clear. I read my packet when it comes to me. That's why I'm asking, in addition to what's on the signage that you put in the packet, right? Because right here, it just shows Amy Zion, but there's another page that talks about 13, correct? So I just want on all of these signs, a small verbiage that talks about the historic connection with the Underground Railroad in addition to the QR code added, okay?
I see. I was going to ask to clarify that. I thought you were asking for some verbiage to tell people how to use the QR code.
No.
Scan it.
No, I want it in addition to. QR code, or for people that know, QR code, you know, things change, right? Things are fluid. Right now we use QR code. Next time we're going to use something else. But the verbiage is used consistently. So I want to have the words there that will be stapled on these signs in addition to this QR code. So I want it to become like a tour guide or a learning opportunity for residents of the community, for our youth of our community. I think it would be great. And since it's only in the working stage, I don't think there should be a problem with adding that there.
That's correct.
And question, Gianfranco, I definitely love that piece of information from Councilman Mim. Do the grant allow us to do that? That's the question.
Yeah, they create it.
So it's something within the grant that we could do it. We could add it, the piece of history in writing on the signs.
So my initial thought is the sign with the QR code to mark the spot is going to be designed and printed on a standard 18-inch by 8-inch, like no parking size blank, right? So my thought right now is to add another one to the same signpost underneath it that has the writing on it. So that will increase the cost of the production of the sign very, by 25 you're doubling, exactly. It's very cheap. You're doubling the number of signs, and we're only doing 13 signs, so it's kind of a nominal amount.
Councilman.
So it's not a problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just saying, Councilman Jackson.
Gianfranco,
Yes.
Is there a committee that's working on this process?
This process, the researchers here were Jimmy Richardson and Dr. Flavia Laya, who was a Patersonian for 40 years before she moved down to Bridgeton. She's a very old woman now, and she's been doing ongoing work with Jimmy over the years on this project.
Okay, all right. I'm more comfortable, I think, with that. I was more concerned, I was wondering whether or not Councilwoman Mims or Councilwoman Cotton was a part of the process. And listen, I hope everybody understands and takes this the way it's meant to be. If an Irish American had something being presented here, I would yield and say, listen, it's your space, just as I would an Italian American, just as I would an Arab American. It's their space to be able to depict their history, which closely fit to how the black community, and what I'm very displeased with is that whenever it's convenient, is often advertised and publicized and honestly unfairly utilized to use the black community as an example of what we're doing. We talked about this Negro museum forever. The name on the door, I don't recognize. The name on the door at that museum, I don't recognize. And I don't know if maybe some of my colleagues had input on what went into that space, but it's unfortunate that the committee that's doing this should be people who are descendants of those who suffered and created the Underground Railroad. Now, I will say this, everybody has benefited from it, and everybody clearly is descendants from that as well. But it's unfortunate, and again, I don't mean any harm, because if it was a Jewish or Islamic, I don't have any knowledge of that. I'm going to yield my input. And every time I turn around, this mayor and everybody else is touting what we're doing for black people, while we have black people in this community suffering and et cetera. So I would like to see, and I'm very comfortable with Mr. Jimmy Richardson, both individuals you talked about, but there should be some, Mr. Van Rensselaer, his name, his family name is a part of it. Was he considered to be spoken to or consulted with, even included on what his thoughts are? Because that's the respectful thing to do. And I think it's rather disrespectful and disingenuous every time something's being presented for black people is somebody else is carrying the torch. The mayor feels like he needs to raise our flag. The mayor feels like he needs to tout the history at the Negro League, but yet Johnny Briggs, who is a prominent professional black baseball player, came into this council and was severely disrespected by this council, where people say, oh, who is he? There's a field that's named after this person here. And he was disrespected. So I think that the involvement, for me to feel comfortable, the involvement of more people who actually it impacted will be, my request. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. So item 39, council members.
I would agree consent as long as.
From Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Gianfranco, that request of adding the additional signs with the history is extremely important. Also, Councilman Jackson mentioned including all the peoples which that are part of our history, which is important. I think that you still have time because we haven't taken formal action on this. We haven't created the signs. So we definitely could include all those people that are part of this great history. So
Who's on economic
point well
development?
taken.
What council members are on economic development? Are there any African Americans on that committee? Economic development? I'm not sure. I don't have the.
But okay, so we'll look
When is this
Khalid,
scheduled to be
you asked
voted
him.
on?
on the next meeting.
Council
I don't know. if I'm on the
President.
committee.
So we're going to consult, all the planning's been done already. We're going to consult with all these people, get their input, let the pertinent council members give additional feedback in 6 days, and then vote, and then put it on consent. That's what we're doing?
So Gianfranco, quick question. How time sensitive is this? So I know we have a grant, and it's a matching grant.
this is
Because
good.
I think including the people that are being part of this history, for me, is extremely important. We could take those, they will put great input into this project, especially with the design, with the signs and all of that. So how feasible that will be within the time window of getting the grant?
Well, I mean, the resolution is just to accept the grant. The work, happens after.
So by accepting the grant, so we could definitely include part of the, people that have been part of the history, because we got to make the signs. Once we secure the grant, so we're gonna work on the sign, on the design and everything else. So
Right.
it's doable. It's doable. So council
Council
members, I
President.
think item 39 could be in consent. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question. Where's this location? Because I wasn't here.
The map is in, there's 13 locations.
Where?
13 location.
It's 13 locations on item 39.
It's 13 places?
There's 13 locations, yes.
And so now you have to decide what type of signs that go in there?
It's already done.
No, it's not done.
Yeah, it is.
No, the signs?
No, they haven't made the sign. They have not made the
did it
sign.
without
They haven't done
consulting
the
us.
signs. They picked the spot, but not the
No,
signs.
the signage is in.
The design is in the body of the resolution,
Okay.
Councilwoman, but they haven't made the sign. They haven't
Now, what
produced the sign. We need to get the grant first.
Okay.
And then right after we get the grant, so we could do the work.
Let me ask you, John.
That's a picture of the
Where
sign.
is the underground that's on Broadway by the college? Do you know why that's closed?
Do I know why it's closed?
Yeah, why they're not opening like they have been?
I understand that the parking authority is in control of opening and closing that on a daily basis.
Oh, is it
That's what I
parking authority?
understand. That's what I remember being the arrangement all the time. It's that they were opening and closing on a daily basis.
Is that one of the spots?
Yeah, yes. It's
Yeah, that's one of the spots that
One
they're
of the-
gonna,
One of the spots. And then across the street, the location of Huntoon's Mill, right across the street where the college is.
Right, I remember right across the street. And then you have, Oh, okay, all right. Now, I see. You know what, John? You have it, you said it's 13 spots, correct?
Yes.
Right. Do you have all 13 sites in here? All 13? Oh. I can't see that. That's like, I can't see that. You don't have it written down, the 13 sites?
Yes, there's a map, and the addresses for each of the sites is on the map. It's on the bottom right corner of the map. There's a listing of the addresses for each of the sites.
Oh, right here.
Yes.
Okay, this is the different sites. Okay, I see it. All right, John.
Council President?
Yes,
Very
Councilman
quick,
Jackson,
this one.
I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mims was first, and then I'll go with you. Councilman Mims.
Just very quick. So who decided on this design? I'm just trying to understand the logic behind this representing the Underground Railroad. And I think this goes to Councilman Jackson's point, and this is just a point of observation. I know it's a work in progress.
Right.
I don't know who agreed on this. I don't think this represents or symbolizes the Underground Railroad.
Right.
I'm not sure what this is. I don't know if is it a lantern? I'm not sure, but I don't even know if this needs to go on consent. Is this time sensitive?
Regular.
Is it time sensitive?
Well, accepting the grant is
Yes,
time
can
sensitive.
you let him
Accepting
answer?
the, we
Accepting the
can work out.
grant is, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna change, I would like this on regular, right? Because consent just lumps it together. I want it on regular because I really want the community to be able to, I mean, it's a great opportunity, right? So I'm grateful that we are being awarded, but I don't want us to be awarded to solidify or to exemplify the historic nature of the Underground Railroad and not give it its due justice. So I think that we need to, we should include, I respect, Mr. Richardson, he's one of our historians, but I think there needs to be possibly some council representation that can be present, and then others that can look at some of these designs to make a conscious decision on what this needs to look like.
Sure.
This lantern, I'm gonna say it, does not represent the Underground Railroad. I'm not sure where this came from. I'm not sure if it was just something to show it to us,
Right.
but there could be a few ideas that could be passed around. I would be more than happy to participate in that process.
Sure.
But I do not want this to be on any signage, on any location around this city, stating that I was a part of approving something to represent my culture that looks like this. So I just want to put that on
I'm
record.
sorry, so I have, Councilman, I have Councilman Jackson, then you're next. But you know what, can you answer, just 1 second, Councilman. Can you answer Councilman Mims' question? Who was responsible for the design? Because I know Mr. Richardson, I mean, he's amazing, he's great, but did that represent, I mean, who was responsible for the design?
The design is a mock-up for purposes of the application, to give a
Okay.
sample. It wasn't anything to say, this is what we're doing.
Okay.
It's an example of what the concept was.
Understood.
To put a sign and to, when you apply for a grant, you want to try to show, as much as you can, demonstrate what it is you're trying to do. So since this was a signage grant, we just mocked this up. This is not representative of the final, for example. So all these points are very valid. We can all work together.
Thank you, Gianfranco. So I have Councilman Jackson next, and right after Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you.
So, listen, Mr. Gianfranco, if you can, please, you have my number. Reach out to me, and
Sure.
I want to know more about the process. But I must say, it is it's disappointing that anytime something has to do with the African American community, it's like it was just something that was slapped together real quick because we wanted to. And it's a small grant. It's nothing really, substantial. We spent more money on garbage cans, quite frankly. That, by the way, none of the Wi-Fi works on any of the garbage cans, and we didn't get a report on that. So I'll just say this. It's rather, it can be a sensitive issue because, again, I try to be respectful to everyone's culture. When members of various cultures come in and they give us scarves or things to wear, I try to always be extremely respectful to someone else's culture. And it doesn't feel as if this was done, and I'm nothing personally against you. It's historic with this administration when it comes to the situation in our community. It's never really taken very seriously. So we're going to take $10,000 so we can do a press conference and say, oh, look what we did for the black people. But while I have young men being shot on these same streets that we're putting these signs. So I would like to, I don't want to take over. I don't want to be a big part. If you could just inform me, I would yield to both either Councilwoman Mims or Cotton for their input, and I'll follow. But I would like to be informed, and I would like to make sure that those people who would like to have more input are being included, because I mean, it's disrespectful. I'll just leave it there. But please, you have my information. Just reach out to me. Let me know.
Yeah.
I want to know how and why it is. I'm sure if Jimmy was involved, those sites were included because they were somehow included in the Underground Railroad, assembly. But to Councilwoman Mims's point, that lantern, even though a lantern was an indication, a sign of it, but that right there doesn't necessarily depict it in a fair light. So please let me be involved as much as possible.
Councilman Captain.
Thank you. I just want to say I can understand about the lantern with Harriet Tubman, bringing the slaves through, and and I can say for myself personally, I was a sharecropper's niece. I worked on a farm for like 4 or 5 years in the summer. And you had the farmhouse, and then you had the top house. So they didn't want the top house to associate with the farmhouse. They don't want us to mingle together. So what they used to do was a lantern when it was safe for us to come over the bridge. So I can understand the lantern part, but I think the lantern need to be differently, because they use the lantern to say it's okay. When somebody did that, it was okay then to move. When you did not see that light, you could not move. You would not move until you saw a light. And so I can see why they did the lantern, but I would do a different type thing. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I know Councilman Mims has another comment, but this is my recommendation, Gianfranco. Please, I know we are accepting the grant. The signs are not done yet, so you have time to include other people.
Yes.
My recommendation is to create a committee, and the committee please include Councilman Mims, Councilman Cotton, Councilman Jackson, and whoever else you need to include in the committee.
Of course.
People that have been part of the history, it's important that they are part of this conversation, because the sign means a lot. That's the reason why Mr. Richardson is amazing, but that's the reason why I asked you this question, what does this design look? But I understand what you say, just the design. Now you have to include that committee on the decision of the sign that will be made. So that's my strong recommendation. So this item will be on regular, and we will take formal action next week to get the grant. But by next week, please let us know who are part of this committee. So I want to make sure that you include everybody, because this is a very important piece of history for the city of Paterson. It's not as a simple sign. That sign is going to stay there for years to come. So we want to make sure that people come and see and read our history. So this item will go on regular, and I would like to open the public portion. I see a lot of people. It's 8 o'clock. I don't want our Patersonians to stay late in the chamber. So Councilman Mims, right after Councilman Mims, we're going to start the public portion.
So I'll be very quick because I already spoke. But just a point of reference, before you do any mock-up of anything that represents any ethnicity, make sure you include the ethnicity before the mock-up is sent for any type of applications, just to avoid offensiveness or to be in a place where it could be, to any community, it could be an embarrassment. A mock-up of the Underground Railroad without Harriet Tubman is very offensive. Whether you have a lantern, a torch, whatever, Underground Railroad, Harriet Tubman is always assimilated. So just in the future, this is one example, but I'm sure there will be many others in the future. Just make sure that when those conversations are had, include, because sometimes I always tell people it takes more than one light bulb to light up a Christmas tree. So the more people you have in the room, the better insight you'll have, and the better the outcome will come before it comes before council. So regular is fine, but just before the mock-up is completed, let's have some dialogue.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. Now, members of the public, we're going to start the public portion. You have 3 minutes to address this council and to address administration. Please, let's be respectful. You have a clock in front of you. That way you could use your time effectively. Right after the 3 minutes, I will respectfully ask you to give the opportunity to the next speaker. Madam Clerk, let's call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Lee, L-I. Is that a person? I just see an L and an I. I don't know if that's someone's name.
What's the name, Madam Clerk?
L-I, is that someone's name? Okay, the next person is Deborah Hannibal.
Thank you.
Good evening. Deborah
Good evening.
Hannibal.
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry.
Deborah Hannibal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening, Council President. I may need another additional 30 seconds because I'm not here tonight to talk about the VP position for the council. I'm not here to talk about the retro pension monies that have not made it to my account since 2022. I'm not here to talk about the salary increases that were given that were not in the approved budget, but I am here to talk about my concerns about the appointment of Ibrahim Omar as the council person for the 6th Ward. I was hurt and offended when I learned of his racist posts while reading a newspaper article. In particular, I was offended because his comments perpetuate a negative connotation of blacks as criminals. I am the grandmother of 6 teenagers, aged 13 to 19. I shared Mr. Omar's comments with my granddaughter and also with my mother, who was her great-grandmother, and we all were angered, hurt, and offended by these remarks. My granddaughter said that it represents the comments of someone who's bigoted and ignorant. I was proud to learn that Councilman Jackson went privately. He went privately to Mr. Omar's political supporters and asked them to withdraw Mr. Omar's nomination and recommended that they give the residents someone else that did not come with this odious fragrance of bigotry and hatred towards blacks. Those are my words. Councilman Jackson understood, as most all of us do, that a person's understanding of racial insensitivity is based on their upbringing, education, and environment. Councilman Jackson recognized that this comment had appeared on Mr. Omar's page for a decade, and it had not been corrected, admonished, called out by Councilman Abdelaziz, or, as the article stated, his mentor, Mayor Andre Saya, or anyone else in his community. At age 14 and 15, most young people understand social norms and know the impact of their words, and they know the difference between right and wrong, so that's no excuse. It is disappointing to see other council people, and this is what I'm going to be told to code, and even the mayor minimized how we as black people should feel about this situation. The black community is just supposed to accept unacceptable behavior. Contrary to popular belief, no one knows better than we do how we feel. Our ancestors have had lifetimes of these experiences. We are not going back.
Thank you, Ms. Evero.
We have played by the rules, but continue to be hurt and disrespected. We cannot even express our anger without hearing phrases like, they are playing the race card. We are constantly being asked to get over slavery and all kinds of injustices, such as false arrest and false imprisonment. Our Jewish sisters and brothers are not being told to get over the Holocaust.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Evra.
as Americans, we are not being told
Thank you.
to forget about Pearl Harbor.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Mike. Mike is off. It's off. It's off. Next.
This woman was bold enough to go to a black man and call him the N-word, and then she was rewarded by being hired as the council president's aide.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah.
I know you want me to be quiet, and I apologize.
Mike.
I'm tired of having to say we're sorry for what is done to us.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah.
We will not turn the other
Mike is off. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
people have had to pay for everything in this country from their
They cannot hear it on TV. On TV,
and being able to obtain a decent education. I am still appalled that my siblings in this
Madam Clerk, can you call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Chanel Fields.
Chanel.
people that lived here didn't think that was wrong.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Chanel Fields is the next speaker.
Next shield. Okay.
To School 27. People sitting here tonight are benefactors of the hard-won fights of blacks in this country.
Council President.
No, the mic is off.
No, who's managing the cameras?
Huh?
Who's managing the cameras?
Rafael? The camera. Come on.
No,
The camera.
to
Take
be
the
here.
camera. Next.
That was fought and won by former slaves.
Rafael.
Next speaker.
Tiene que cambiar la cámara para acá.
I bleed.
Me-
When you punch me, I hurt. I'm hurt that I could not count on you. The appointment of Mr. Omar will be just another example of
It's
the
off.
injustices being perpetrated on blacks in this city. It really pains me to know that
Yeah.
we cannot even count on our own
Madam Clerk.
stand in solidarity with us.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I apologize for going over the time, but it had to be said.
The next speaker,
Next
Council
speaker.
President, is Chanel Fields.
Next speaker. Members of the public, I ask respectfully to stay within the 3 minutes. Mr. Rojas asked for a time at
Please
30
state your name.
30 seconds. Please. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn the microphone.
That was beautiful.
This guy turned the mic off.
So tonight,
It's on.
I want to say that enough is enough. Let's lead and not bicker. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I stand before you tonight not just to address you, but to remind you. I'd like to remind you of your responsibility you took when you were sworn in. You all took an oath to serve this city. I want you to keep in mind that these seats that you occupy are not the thrones for your personal power. They are not your platforms for ego battles, and they are certainly not your stages for endless bickering. Tonight we have 79 items on the agenda. There is no telling what time this workshop will end. Your seats are simply seats of service, and I feel like some of you often forget that. This city does not belong to you alone. It belongs to all of us, all of the residents of the city of Paterson, who wake up every morning hoping that their elected leaders will rise above personal conflicts and begin working together for the greater good. Don't just say you will do it. Start working together. Because we, the people that are suffering daily in this community, are depending on you. We're depending on all of you to govern yourselves accordingly in this council chamber. We are tired of seeing a council that is divided. It's time out for being concerned with scoring points against each other rather than scoring wins for us in this community. Here's the hard truth. Every time you show us that you can't work together, you fail this city. Councilman Jackson, thank you for always keeping the public up to speed on community concerns. And to any other council who keeps the community aware, thank you as well. Just know that to those who do the opposite, every time you hide corruption or distort the truth, you fail this city. Every wasted meeting, you failed this city. Every petty argument, you failed this city. Every refusal to collaborate is a disservice to all the people here who trusted you with their votes. Stop disappointing us. We did not elect you to fight with each other. You have only been elected to fight for us. Please remember that. So how do we move forward? Well, we shift from personal to purposeful. So please check your egos at the door. This is not about who's right anymore. It's about what's right for the city of Paterson. If an idea is good for the people, support it, regardless to whose name is attached to it. Establish a code of conduct. No more undermining, guys, because we see you when you do it. Every debate must remain professional and solution-driven. Never forget that you are colleagues, you are colleagues and not enemies. I want to leave this council with my final thought, and I will wrap it up. Let's move from bickering to building. Be a leader. Be the leader that isn't about being the loudest voice in the room, but be the leader that's about being the most effective one in the room. If you came here to fight, step aside. But if you came here to serve, then let's put the nonsense aside and get to work. Good night.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Joel Keys.
I agree. It's not for all of us.
I agree.
It's good.
Please state your name and address.
Joe Keys, Paterson. I am campaigning for Councilman Jackson to be our next mayor. At the December 17th meeting, I said, quote, I wrote the following critique because I have seen too great a consistency of the ego defense mechanisms, projection and projecting narcissism, unquote. I proceeded to define projection and projecting narcissism as exhibited by council members Mendez, Velez, Kalik, and Mims. I stated, quote, the projecting narcissist perceives everything as a personal attack, whether real or imagined. The projecting narcissist is very defensive and then becomes very offensive. Next is projection. Projection is the ultimate put down. Through projection, the projecting party demotes and degrades their projective target as they enhance their own self-perception and self-image. For the projecting party, reprehensible social behavior always belongs to the other. The threat always comes from the other. This leaves the projecting party with a puritanical sense of ethical superiority and innocence, unquote. My next statement was, quote, I want to highlight ethical superiority and innocence because this is the most frustrating and happens with too much consistency, unquote. The following quote from Councilman Jackson illustrates evidence that the other council members are not innocent. He said, quote, I get 8 individuals plus the administration taking shots at me every night. When do I ever complain? I don't ever complain, unquote. After reading quotes of the aforementioned council members exhibiting projection and projecting narcissism, I concluded, quote, total distortion of reality. It is the worst and most prolific characteristic of this council, unquote. Let me explain why that is. Ego defense mechanisms are instincts and are learned and practiced through unconscious conditioning. In other words, people are not aware that they are learning or practicing these behaviors. I teach this in my classes and tell my students that I have studied ego defense mechanisms for 28 years. However, because they are instincts, no one can stop or cure them. So specific triggers will cause my ego defense instincts to react. The benefit of becoming familiar with the characteristics of the ego defense mechanism is that once the instinct is triggered, you can recognize it and abort it quickly. If you're unfamiliar with these characteristics, you will exhibit most of the 14 subcategories. That is what happens with the other council members because Councilman Jackson has a propensity for directing triggers at the other council members' ego defense instincts. He challenges them, he contradicts them, he criticizes them, and most frustratingly, he makes accusations against them for corruption, which are all infuriating triggers.
Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is William Smallwood. Is he left? Okay.
I think he left.
Next speaker is Errol Carr.
Commissioner Errol Carr. Paterson Public Library.
Good evening, Council, Mr. President. How are
Good
you,
evening,
sir?
Commissioner. Happy to see you here, Commissioner.
Yeah, well, I did not come here this evening to address this ordinance, but I must ask the question because I wasn't quite clear in terms of what was said earlier. On this ordinance number 15, the ordinance entitled obstructions. What I would like to find out, because to be honest with you, the three most egregious things here in Paterson is parking, garbage, and taxes.
Yeah.
And I would like to know if homeowners will be charged a fee for parking across their driveway. Because, no, I'm just asking the question. I hope it's not. I hope it's not. I agree for the parking permits. I'm down with you with the parking permits, but please don't add any more weight in terms of taxpayers regarding that. Now, let me just move to the reason why I'm here, really. Okay. And it's just to talk about the library. We are still facing some serious challenges in able to present quality service that we should be presenting to the people of Paterson. And the reason for this is funding. You know, the library is a statutory body. It has authority to control its budget and its employees. What we find happening is that every year when we get an increased appropriation from the state, whatever the city is giving us, whatever increase it is, the city reduce their amount by the same measurement. It means that we are fixed into one situation and we are not able to employ the professional people that we need to have to effectively manage the library service. So we'll be talking to the council going forward regarding this issue, and we would like to get a decent hearing. You know, I want us to be engaged on this issue so that we can work through it and we are able to present the best quality service to the people of Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Eddie Olivares.
Good evening, all.
State your name and
Before
address.
you start the clock, Madam Clerk, before you start the clock, please. You know, I just want to say that, point out that the first speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 35 seconds. Second speaker spoke for 3 minutes, 35 seconds. Third speaker, 3 minutes, 32 seconds. The last speaker, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Madam Clerk, can you please restart the clock? Just wanted to point out, because I seem to be the only person.
He's using his 3 minutes, Madam Clerk.
You know, the bouncer is coming for me. You are such an idiot. Anyway, I will say, well, you want to call one of the police officers to remove me? You think you have that power? What is wrong with you? Anyway, bottom line is, I am the only person that you really do not allowed to speak for more than 3 minutes, but I promise you that will change. What I want to talk about is the new council member, Omar. I hope and I pray that you prove me wrong. You will be used as an example as to why it is that you guys can work together. The only exception, we will be told, is Councilman Jackson. He's the only one that we are told cannot work together with you guys. I'll tell you why it is that you can work together. And it is that the people that purchased the seat for you, that seat was purchased for you by people in the Middle Eastern community. And the reason is not that they believe you to be in your integrity. They don't really, at least I don't think, that they think you're an outstanding person, which you should be. I mean, for someone to be running the city, part of a group of people that is running the city, it should be somebody pretty outstanding. That's not what they think of you. The reason that they purchased that seat for you is that they know that you will fall right in line with 7 of these council members. You will be told what to do, and you will do it. That's it. So, you will have no opinion. And it is sad. Again, I pray that you prove me wrong. I hope that you prove me wrong. That you show us that you work for the people of Paterson. That you don't allow the mayor to call the shots. That you don't allow the bouncer here to tell you what to do, which is essentially what happens. We've seen it time and time again. You know, with these powerful, you know, the power players here in the city of Paterson. And they say to us, you know, this was written in newspaper articles. It doesn't really matter what the people of Paterson say. We have 8 council members that would vote for the mayor that I want. This was someone here in the city of Paterson.
Thank you, Mr. Olivari. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Alan Jefferson. Alan Jefferson. Please state your name and address, Mr. Jefferson.
Alan Daniel Jefferson, 81 Savoy Place, Prospect Park, New Jersey, 07508. I'm in red form tonight, okay? So I'm gonna start at the beginning, history, okay? 1962, 12 years old, New Jersey Bank Shorty, undefeated, 20-0. Mike Jackson's grandfather, coach, Mr. Fields. You need some history lessons in here, because you don't know what's going on. Don't know what's going on. And the kids are suffering. Everybody's under duress. Everybody. Okay? And we're sitting up here watching this clown show, because that's what it is. Get busy. Do your job. If you can't do the job, we're going to get you out. O-U-T. By vote. Not with this. Okay? Now, 2.
Use the mic.
Nah, man, you hear me. You hear me. At home, wake up. Everybody. Wake up. Old, young, in between. This city, I love this city. I love the kids. I love everybody till you do me wrong. When I was coming up, God had to get a hold of me, okay? And I still want to play baseball at 74 with a pacemaker stent and a hernia, because I didn't get the opportunity. And you gonna tell me that black people are criminals? I'm gonna take your seat. I'm gonna take your seat, and I'm gonna do it the right way. Now, you wanna talk about black people? Okay, my family. I'm gonna talk about my family. My son just come back from Kyrgyzstan, okay? 20-year Army veteran, I'm a Vietnam veteran. My dad was World War II. Okay? Don't play with me. You sitting in that chair, okay, and you smiling, okay? Let me tell you something. I ain't no joke. I ain't no joke. You can't sit here. We're not doing the business of the city, okay? Dilapidated buildings, garbage everywhere. I come down Haledon Avenue every day. I walk 5 miles a day up and down that hill, Mike, up and down that hill. And when I get to North 4th Street, garbage everywhere, furniture, everybody doing what they want to do. Okay? No, I just want to know. You know what? You know what? Mike, okay? Mike, let's stop arguing. Let's take care of business, okay? Because I'm going to get some seats in here, okay? I'm coming.
Next speaker is Marshall Wilder.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, brother.
I want to give honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to thank him for giving me this opportunity to speak before the council. First, I want to start off with, I'm not an expert by any means, not adequate in speech, but more police officers are greatly needed that will actually protect and serve the community. You take a look around this room, we're all a part of this community. No matter if you're black, white, you know, just orange, green, whatever color you want to identify with. We're all a part of this community. My opinion, if for any other reason, Paterson Police Department isn't the job for you. There are good officers and bad. Bad officers, you need to go.
Well, he's already on here.
Time to get the corruption out of Paterson. Hold each other accountable. Do your job. No more bar and liquor or smoke shops here in Paterson. Don't Paterson have enough already? Do we really need a new lounge here in Paterson? Also, Councilman Jackson, keep speaking on those important issues that's not been brought up before the people. God willing, we need to know what's going on so we can come together and clean up to move this city forward. And this is for everyone. No time for hidden agendas.
Come on now. Come on now.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. The legislature, they make the law. Judicial judge the law. Executive, they enforce the law. Do we have an enforcer or enforcers here in Paterson that will actually enforce the laws?
No.
Also, loud music in community needs to stop. If not, it may turn into Bronx, New York. It's horrible on the weekends. Also, what's being done about groups hanging out in front of businesses, doing illegal activities? Believe it or not, there's sex trafficking that's going on here in Paterson. A lot of it. If Garrett Mountain is part of Paterson, please add cameras. More good law enforcement presence as well. And also the last one, it don't matter what ward that you represent. Let's come together.
Thank you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is G. Greer.
What's his name and address? You got it? Your name and address, sir?
Marshall Wilder.
Okay.
Yes. Council members. Brother G, good evening.
Good evening, good evening. I did not know you guys turned the mic off after 3 minutes. Yes. I recommend you turn the mic off for yourselves too when you go past your 2 minutes or whatever you do. Because remember, when you come to me for votes, there's no time limit how long I can talk. But turning the mic off, I just realized that that's like disrespectful. I understand we all got 3 minutes, and usually Council President, you let us go a little 30 seconds over. Don't turn the mic off. Get some decorum in here. This is your chamber. Run it right. We're going to take our 3.5 minutes. But turning the mic off, I was like, wow. And then somebody told me, they said, well, that's what Newark do. Let me tell you what Newark do. Newark has a program called Path Home for the Homeless. If we want to follow some of the work that Newark do, let's follow some of the work that Newark do. And I didn't want to talk about that, but I want to get back to what I came here for. I came here for those illegal parked trucks on East 16th Street, Star Laundromat. When I saw Brother Casey said his car got towed away for being parked on that street, got towed and a ticket. And then when I hear city employees on social media saying, well, they told me don't ticket these cars no more. Come on, we got to get our house in order. We really got to get our house in order. That same person that came on social media that said he was told not to give tickets, that person gave me a ticket. I was doing some community work one day, and I was parked on the street cleaner was coming down, and they gave me a ticket. I went to the brother, I said, look, man, I said I was wrong, and I came and I paid the ticket. I'm pretty sure I could have went behind the scenes and spoke to some people and say, look, man, I was out here trying to clean the park up over here, and the street cleaner came, but I went and paid the ticket. Star Laundromat has taken over East 16th Street. You have a huge apartment building that's being built there, okay? Wait until that thing is full. Somebody needs to check. First of all, I want to know who approved a loading zone there. Somebody need to look into that. And then while I was sitting here, I was just on social media, and this picture popped up. It's a picture of a former police officer. It says, Officer Joe White ticketing an illegal parked car along with his mother, who was a Paterson meter maid. We need to get back to this type of enforcement, because East 16th Street is crazy. I got 15 seconds left. The other thing is the trash, y'all. You know, come on, man. I see the mayor now trying to do this, but we don't need that type of. The mayor needs to hire 100 inspectors. Make them temporary, 100 inspectors, go out there, hit these people, bring in some revenue for the city, and clean the city up. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother G. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Sure. The next speaker is Princess Reeves here?
Yes, she is.
She's okay.
Princess Reeves back there.
I don't think she was here.
You have your name? You have your
Mrs. Reeves,
I have a couple things.
She's been quiet and waiting.
You better watch your mouth. I want everybody to get comfortable. I always start with knowing that when we come before this podium with our many concerns, we ask that our leadership that we have put in office to take care of those problems. Now, Councilman Mims, yes, I want to thank you, because if we look out there on Curtis Place, and it could be verified by Mr. G here, that road has been repaired 3 times. 3 times. Now it needs a 4th repair. So something is clearly wrong. Either they're using cheap material because it's our township, or somebody's not holding somebody accountable. So I'd like to get that across, and it has to be done. We can't afford to sit out here and wait for one of our senior drivers, because I seen one. His wheel did go in that hole, and you feel sorry, and you try to figure out what's the best help that you can assist this person with when he did gone into shock mode because he can't grab hold of his tire to control himself and his vehicle on that messed up road. That should not be. That's very dangerous over there. And something really, truly needs to be done. Now, I also bring across some other concern. Paterson Hope has been in this city for a numerous amount of time. And I want to be kind of frank tonight. Now, we sit here, we have a lot of developers in our township, some good, and I'm going to say some not. But we have to be honest and true to ourselves as what's coming before our township. Now, it is not fair that we sat into several meetings while we listen to these people as they say they get ready to start to do the renovation and so on. It should have been done many moons back. I've been in 14 Van Houten Street since 2015 without a problem. And the little minor problem that we had, we know who to pick up that phone and address our concerns. So all of a sudden we get a new person that joins in on our meetings. And I like to call it for what it is. Now we know the description of a tick. Now you know when a tick get a hold of you, they hard to let loose. You better find you some alcohol. That's gonna be my last out loud for the night. But I'm gonna call it out and I'm gonna call them out. Yes, to Mr. Rucker, Mr. Ernie Rucker. I think it's a disadvantage that you come to a senior building and you present yourself as a private vendor and talk our promoter and say that you're bringing in cheap labor for that person. Now, evidently, somebody wasn't vetted, because had they vetted the person, we wouldn't have the person. Now we have crackheads that's on the outside. We didn't know who was gonna fall first, the broom or the person. We have a cleaning lady. We have one of the best cleaning ladies. She was there way during COVID time. And when I tell you that woman came in, I give her credit. She came in, she wrapped up, and she took care of her assignment. If anything additional that she needed or she needed to do for some resident that was in that building, yes, she did it. So it's not fair that she got her contract canceled because of that tick. And I'm gonna call it again, calling it out. It's not right. Something needs to be done. I think it's a conflict of interest that we have a vendor and somebody that's sitting on the rent level board and serving as two people. It is a big conflict of interest, and this matter needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Sebastian Mejia.
Sebastian Mejia.
Council, good evening. Paterson, good evening. I would like to say that it feels good to be back on this side of the dais. This is my first time back in these council chambers since the renovation. So it feels good to be back home, you know, because this does feel like a second home to me, Mayor Solo. I want to extend my gratitude to Councilwoman Cotton, who helped me out with an issue earlier last week. So thank you very much for being accessible, and thank all of you for being accessible 24/7. I don't know what goes on with y'all, you know, after these meetings are over. I'm sure your phones are off the hook, all of you. So thank y'all for, it's a tough job, and thank y'all for, you know, providing that service to the community to the best of your abilities. I would like to start off by expressing my support to the Paterson Library, and I want to express that I hope that they get all the funding and more funding that's even on the books, that is, because they need it. They need it. They provide a safe haven to our community. They have a teen lounge that the teens go all the time. They get help with their homework. They can hang out. They have somewhere safe to go. When I do go there, I have Wi-Fi at home, but I do go there because I want to be around people that are striving for success. So sometimes I'll go there, I'll study, I'll read, I'll use my computer, and I see people applying for jobs. I see people trying to improve themselves. And it changed me as a young kid, getting my first Paterson Library card, the white with the green. It helped me out in my life, you know. And I also wanted to say, it's a sad situation that it's easier for a child to get their hands on a vape than on a book. in the city of Paterson. And if it wasn't for the library, I don't even know where they could get a book at besides their schools, because we don't really have bookstores. So the book to vape shop ratio or smoke shop ratio was completely out of balance, and we need to take a look at these ordinances that are on the books. Are we enforcing them? Why is there a smoke shop on every corner? The kids are vaping in the schools, in the bathrooms, in our schools, and I'm not talking about high school, okay? And when it comes to trash, you know, I just don't believe it when it's an election season or election time and we're picking up trash, or it's our campaign to pick up trash. Pick up trash all the time. That should have been the priority of anybody trying to be mayor. Start off your administration. I believe they tried that. What happened? You know? And we have to take responsibility for our own lives. Every third Sunday of every month, every Patersonian should sweep up in front of where they live, whether you're a homeowner or a renter. Start taking responsibility. And I want to, and I think Councilman Jackson had a great idea when he mentioned some kind of a reward tip line for people that are dumping. If I'm misquoting you, let me know. But I think that's a great idea. I believe in New York City, if you park on a bus lane, they take a picture of you, you get the money. Okay, Patersonians need money, just like I'm pretty sure, right? So set that up. Set that up so we get some money in our pockets. We could get, and I remember Councilman Udine, you should blast that guy's picture. The one that was, yeah, I swear to God, because, I don't mean to swear to God, but, and I'm about to wrap up.
Please,
if you're dumping in the city of Paterson, you should be shamed publicly, no matter who you are.
Yep.
And that's
Thank
all
you.
I had to say.
Thank you, Sebastian. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Daniel Mejia.
Daniel Mejia.
I agree, Sebastian.
Yeah.
Hello, City of Paterson. Hello,
Good evening,
Council.
Daniel.
My name is Daniel Burgos Mejia, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. I just have 3 concerns that I want to address, which is because it affected me as well, and this is why I'm noticing. The first one is that on Ward Street, when there's a turn which I did by mistake. Well, I did unknowing that there was a no left turn towards Lee Place on the far right side. So the issue is that the city police and the sheriff department, they tend to appear there within the time that it's high traffic. So you can't really notice the sign on the far right side. And you also have to notice the sign on the left side, which is stop for pedestrians. So the officer, when he pulled me over, he showed me the picture, which is a sense of entrapment. When I'm in the process of fighting in court, but I feel like you guys should put a sign right above the stop for pedestrians, so people could stop turning, especially on high traffic times. And then the second concern is with the city legal department. On May 22nd, I had an issue with the officer where my vehicle was towed, and I requested for the full footage, but they only provided me with a small portion where I was included only. They did not show where the council-elect, which is on the second floor next to the legal department, and the person who works for the city roads, speaking with the officer, and then the officer coming to me and stopping me from pushing my vehicle into private property. So, you know, this raises the concern with the city when it comes to the legal department, because they're giving you watered down responses, or they just don't provide, you know, they give you small laws that if you don't read into it, you just let it go as is, and then you just blame the city for not doing their job, right? And no transparency at all. Which one was the third one? I'm sorry, my head is... 1 second, let me see. 1 second. I got 36 seconds left. All right, so yeah, when the vehicle was sold, I want to put into consideration, let's say somebody that makes $20 an hour, which is $3,200 a month, After taxes, well, 15% is 480, and then you have to deduct the expenses on food, let's say a $30 a day insurance, and you have the utilities, which is 300, and traveling expenses, which is 200. And let's say your rent, if the landlord allows you, is 1,800 for a 2-bedroom at the minimum. So you're left with a deficit of 110, which the person who let's say the mother or the father who's constantly working, trying to make ends meet, once they get their vehicle towed, which is $60 just for the, $150 just for the tow, and then $60 for every day that passes, is a burden upon them, and then it becomes a burden for the city, because the people who are in need, then they come to the city for assistance. And
thank you, Sebastian. Let's make it, Madam Clerk.
Daniel.
We have no more speakers.
Motion to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Dr. Lilissa Miss, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion
Roll call
of
to
this
close
workshop.
the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to be able to speak on everyone that spoke, because I've done it before, but, you know, as being a councilwoman, one thing I always said that you need elected official that is approachable. You need an elected official that your name don't show up on the phone, but you answered it anyhow.
That's right.
You need those kind of people sitting in office, because at any given time, they ask for everything. They ask for whatever I can help you with. That's what people are calling for. I may not be able to answer it all, but let me find where I can send you to. Let me make friends with the congressman. Let me make friends with the U.S. senator. Let me make friends with the freeholder. Let me make friends with everybody, so when your issue come up, I know where I can send you. Because everything is not the city itself. And then now that what's happening, and quite a few family members of my family members got cut from the federal government. Just like that. So it's an issue for everyone, but my goal is to make sure that I'm approachable, that I can send you somewhere, I can help you somewhere. And I talked about it, you know, I worked on a farm. I know what it is. But my goal is to share information. Because what I know, I'm going to share it with you. And what you know, you're going to share it with someone else. And there's all kind of things that we want to be able to. My son went to East Side in 1999. You couldn't cross Market Street in 1999. My daughter, my husband, and myself made sure that we went over there to East Side High School, field house, and took those kids home. And I said to the community, let's get back to helping each other. I know everybody on my block. I'm not trying to do something on my block that I should not be doing. I need you to look after my house, my children, my kids. We need to look after everything. And it's not easy, but I want you to, and I try to help people who want second chances. Everybody deserves a second chance. I know how hard it was to get that program in the 4th Ward for that reentry. It wasn't easy, but you know what? People, I find that, and I tell young people, you know, look at doing a career. They don't need moppers and sweepers no more. They're looking for people with some type of career model. They're looking for something like that. So when you want to do that, you gotta want to help someone. Come volunteer with any of us. All of us got something going on all the time. Because I say to young people, when they go before a judge, the first thing he want to know is, what have you done in the community? If you ain't done nothing, you can't produce nothing, you're not going to get it. So involve yourself with other people. Involve yourself with all the council members to do something in the community. And you know, and I talk about, and I'm going to be brief, be very, I don't want to talk long, but you know what? Maybe because I came through hard times. We didn't complain when we came through hard times. We did what we had to do, and we made ourselves better. We make sure, I'm going to help you get yourself. You know, my baby sister went to college. Back in the day, our members, our parents didn't know college. Go to school and go to work. Go to school and go to work. That's what they knew, but that was okay, because then as you get older, your whole generation starts changing. So when I started talking college at my house, both my kids went to HCBU. Because I was taught from a kindergarten teacher, make sure you send your child to a HCBU college. And that's what I did. My daughter went to South Carolina State. My son went to Virginia Union. They needed those people. We got to do our best to share our information, share. And I'm going to leave with this. You know, unless you really sit down and you talk with me, don't say you know Ruby Cotton. You ain't never called me. Don't say you know Ruby Cotton. You don't know who I talk to. You don't say I don't do nothing. You know, I try to help as many or lead them to the right place. But I want to end with this.
That's right, Cotton.
I want to end with this. I took myself to Selma, Alabama this weekend. I took myself to Selma, Alabama to celebrate the 60th anniversary of walking across that bridge. And as I started walking across that bridge, tears came to my eyes. Because I started thinking about all my family members that struggle. But I'm not going to let that hold me down, who struggle to get through. And then you know what? If I bring you up, then you're going to bring somebody else up. I'm not going to keep you down. I'm never going to keep nobody down. It's up to you how you want to do and who you want to bring with you. Let's bring everybody with us. Let's bring everybody. And as I crossed that bridge, I started crying because I know what it was to be on a farm. I know what it was to bring home $25 a week. I know what it was. And so you know what? You don't sit down crying no more. You're going to make it better for yourself. You don't sit down crying. God said, I didn't put you here to cry. I put you here to see what you're going to do. I put you here to see who you're going to help. I put you here to see you are caretakers and not takers. Let's remember that. And so when I crossed that bridge, something came over me because I thought about my family. I thought about the Cottons. I thought about the Wimberleys. I thought about McDaniels. I thought about the Jenkins. I thought about the Spans. I thought about the Burrs. My whole family. We came from the South. And you come to the North to get a better life.
That's right.
That's what we did. We came to the North for a better life. And whatever I can do, I'm going to help whoever I can help. I don't need to know you to help you. Stop it. Or not knowing somebody and you not going to help them. I don't need to know you to help you. You pick up the phone and call me, I'm going to do my best to help you or lead you to the right place. That's all I wanted. That's what we need to do. Thank you. But I'm just saying I felt overwhelmed this weekend. I just felt overwhelmed crossing that bridge. I had the opportunity to see Jesse Jackson. I had the opportunity to see Reverend Al Sharpton. Yeah, and I saw people pushing in wheelchairs. They were 80, 90 years old, people crossing that bridge in wheelchairs because they never forgot the struggle, and they're going to always remember. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is a yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Great job, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a FYI, Councilwoman Cotton, the mayor, not only does he not take your calls once you don't agree with him, but he'll block you. He'll block your page on social media. He won't take your calls. He'll walk the other way when you see you. I'm waiting for the day I get stuck in the elevator with him. He is a coward. I mean, he's not a man. He's not a person that should be in a leadership position because he's not willing to answer. He represents all the constituents, and he's afraid to acknowledge them when it becomes a challenge. And G, you said like disrespectful, like disrespectful. The measure of disrespect by turning Ms. Hannibal's mic off is profound. This is a woman who has dedicated herself to this community, who sat in a position, was mistreated, who holds multiple degrees, master's degrees, let alone was she overqualified for the position that she made far less than the person who's there now who's underqualified for the position. But right here in this room, she was disrespected. And she wasn't the only one. You know, Ms. McCall, when she took the position that was just recently held by the former BA, she was paid substantially less. The fact that Ms. Hannibal had something to say, and then the council president, it just goes to talk about his lack of respect. Not just for you directly, Ms. Hannibal, but your issue that you had. When the issue you had doesn't yield enough concern, they'll turn your mic off. And that is very disrespectful and it's concerning. I want to say this so the gentleman can go ahead and step out. First of all, the taxpayers pay a certain amount that's supposed to be designated specifically for the library. If that money is being stolen from the library just because there's additional money, every single department in the city is being grossly underfunded. But when the state steps up and says, listen, we're going to make up for whatever deficiencies that the city can't carry, and then the city turns around and cuts the portion that we're obligated to give because the taxpayers are paying that amount of money, that goes to show yet again the mayor's lack of consideration of what's important. Because if you don't understand that the people who are trying to educate your community, specifically the young people, if you don't understand how that's a direct correlation to changing the community, you don't understand who you're serving. And that's just the fact of the matter. I'm hoping that council members will hear this because council members are ultimately in charge of the purse strings, but if they continue to be a stamp, a rubber stamp, and a yes vote, then this is what we're going to get. So you obviously you'll have my commitment. I urge you to call the rest of the council members to see who's going to make that commitment and then come here again, Brother Carr, publicly and ask them who's going to stand firm on the commitment not to cutting your budget, because that's important. Someone mentioned tow contract. Before I get on you tonight, Corporation Counsel, because you're on my list, the contract for the tow company. If they tow your car at 11:55 in the p.m. and you come there in the morning to pick it up, they're charging you for a second day, because the calendar date might say the 14th. When you get there, it could be 6 hours, 5 hours later, but because it says the 15th, they're charging the public for 2 days, and that is criminal. That's an oversight on the administration for putting that contract forward and signing that contract to allow that. I'm sure it's not an oversight. I'm pretty sure it was done intentionally. But I'm going to get into this piece very briefly. Corporation Counsel, yet again, you don't surprise me, but you do let me down. You know, I specifically reached out to Corporation Counsel, and I sent messages through the process, through the clerk's office, to have a piece of resolution drafted that I can have an opportunity to remove my support for Brother Omar. Now, let me go on record to say this. I have nothing personal against the brother. We don't know each other well, but I embraced him. We shook hands the other day. This is not anything personal. You know what this is, Brother Omar? This is a life lesson. A life lesson that sometimes you got to take. And to Ms. Hannibal's point, I made every effort to do this quietly because I didn't think that the city or the brother should have gone through this level of scrutiny publicly. I reached out to those leaders in his community who consistently reach out to me when they want my support for something, right? So needless to say, Corporation Counsel failed to answer. He works for me. He works for the council. That's why I draft all my own legislation, because yet again, 2.5 weeks ago, he has failed to draft the piece of legislation that I asked for. Well, I need 4 more to fire him. I would have fired his ass a long time ago. Because not only on this matter, but there was an illegal tax certificate that allowed for a church that's been in our community for 50 to 100 years. Their property was stolen, and he sat quiet on it, let it sit under his hands, and didn't do anything. And there's many other issues that I could talk about, but let me not get too far derailed. I reached out to these leaders who said to me, councilman, because I said to them, you consistently come here, you raise all kind of hell, but when Najee Seabrooks was shot, you were absent. When Deborah Hannibal was forced out of the position, mistreated, you were absent. But anytime there's an issue with an Arab or a Muslim, you're front and center. And guess what? So am I. the vote for the Adhan, despite numerous black pastors coming here and claiming that it was spiritual warfare. I supported this brother right here. I supported him. In fact, I was the deciding vote. Everybody praised me, thought I was the greatest guy then. But yet, when my people are compared to Batman and say that they don't leave without robbing, when a young lady who just left the council chambers at a very crowded voting night turns to an employee who's working overtime, who's a black dude, and calls him a fucking nigger. When she doubles down on it and he didn't hear her, and she said, "That's right, I said you a fucking nigger." That was the quote. But then she apologizes. Fine, everybody is entitled. We accept your apology. But when you're appointed, it's much different than when you're elected. Many people view Donald Trump as having these views about various people. But guess what? Donald Trump was selected by the majority of the community. He wasn't appointed. When you're appointed, you're held to a different measure. When you're appointed, the expectations of such a low perspective of the absolute majority of the voters, or majority of the potential voters in this community should be higher than what it is. When we look at the prison rate of the rate of incarceration against black people, now you're appointed and you have the same indoctrination of the thought process of the rest of, no, that doesn't settle well with me. Now, by no means am I against Brother Omar holding a seat. He can have the seat. Obviously, it's already been done. He's been voted on, and he has been sworn in, but I am relinquishing my support because even in the night of the vote, I told him very reluctantly because I had questions. But yet I did cast a vote of support. And then when I went to address it with his people, with his mentee who had him as an aide for all these years, I went to address him amicably. What did he say? You the one voted for him. You supported him. I didn't. He was supported based on his recommendation, but yet he wants to relinquish the accountability for it. See, that's a lack of integrity. That's a lack, that shows that there's no real leadership, that unfortunately Omar's actions is not actions of his own. It's a lack of mentorship, and his leaders showed that, because the same leaders that told me, Councilman, when you have a problem and you need our support and the black community is directly insulted, just call us and we'll be there. And I'm going to call them by name, Brother Ibrahim and Brother Diab. Said, listen, call us and we'll be there. I called them. The first time I heard about it, I called them, said, what time are we meeting? Not when, what time? It's Friday. This is a serious matter. What time are we meeting? Oh, their first knee-jerk reaction? To tell them to lie. This is not real. Can this be real? Oh, Councilman, his page was hacked. Now you're insulting my intelligence. So I said, listen, when are we going to meet? Again, over the weekend. Again, 3 days in. When are we meeting? They refused to meet with me. That's because they've already cut the deals with the various council members to override what Councilman Jackson is saying. Now, that's fine, because they're entitled to do so, but I'm not lending my measure of support. Now, that doesn't mean I wouldn't be interested or willing to work with the brother and or be a firm, real mentor, because that's what's lacking. I'm all the way willing for that. Am I insulted? Absolutely. Is it irreversible? No. But the first thing is there's a level of accountability, not even on his part, but those who have stepped forward to put him into place. And now they're absent. Now they're absent. So the viewpoint of black people is so low that when you have a church here for a number of years and your property stolen, we don't take you seriously. When you work here and you're overqualified, you're 10 times more qualified than somebody else, and you don't get the luxury of having that $25,000, $30,000 pay increase and they force you out, nobody takes that seriously. When other employees, and see, this is the part that I just need Brother Omar to hear, because the night that I went viral, it wasn't because I entertained or I was looking to have a fight with the gentleman. Listen, I've been teaching people to fight for 25 plus years. I've been in real fights where I've been jumped by multiple people. Guess what? I wasn't the one that went to the hospital. That wasn't something that I needed to entertain. But the entire Seabrooks family was here, and those young people was expressing their frustration, and he took the time out to laugh in their faces, scarf at them, and then try to call them out so that the police that were here that night could target them. Because black people are continuously being targeted even after opening the floodgates for everybody else to benefit from. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand how insensitive it is to talk about, yeah, it's a joke. Okay, yeah, you know what black people have in common with Batman? They don't leave without robbing. I didn't see any other jokes. I didn't see a joke about Palestinians up there. I didn't see a joke about Arabs up there. I didn't see jokes about Jews up there. Nobody else, just the black people. And what's disappointing is that the black people say, oh, you know, it's all right, we gotta let that go. Well, I'm not that guy. I'm not letting it go. I'm a pit bull. And I'm gonna keep coming. If I'm 1 against 8, if I'm 1 against 12, if I'm 1 against 50, I'm gonna keep on coming. And I want my support removed. And I'm asking the brother, out of respect, as I put the item on the agenda, you can vote and speak your piece, you can vote in favor. I'm asking for you to second it because I know nobody else is gonna do it. Show me that you're willing to make that progress. Second my motion on my resolution so I can solely remove my support. Nobody else has to remove their support. I want to do it. You want to show me that you believe that what you did was wrong and it didn't come with real intentions? Show me you mean it and second it next Tuesday as my resolution is brought forward, and then I'll be satisfied. On that note, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank Council President for trying to run the meeting efficiently. You're trying, although a lot of destruction come in front of you. Many of the speakers spoke about many issues in our city. We do have issues. We do need to solve them. Mr. Greer mentioned about trust throughout the city. All these things happen when we switched the company. Also, we brought in the bulk pickup in-house. We don't have enough manpower to pick up all this bulk pickup. So yeah, I said it too, but you know, and the last time I spoke to the mayor, I believe we are looking to outsource like before previously to get those bulk pickup picked up by the outside company. We tried. I think we failed on the regard of bulk pickup. And hopefully you work out in the future. Speaking about Councilman Omar, he was a 14-year-old kid. I don't remember what I did in 14 years old. I don't think.
Let's continue, Councilman.
The real hypocrisy I see is in Councilman Jackson. Bullying, abusing other council members, anti-Semitic remarks. As an adult, as an elected councilman, if anything, I don't want to mention any more stuff. If I'm lying, if I'm saying anything incorrect, yeah, you made a remark, anti-Semitic remark sitting here. Also about Puerto Rican, I think the pitcher, what's his name? Roberto Clemente, I believe? Yes. Come on. As an adult elected council member, if anybody should resign, it's you. If anybody should resign, it's you. As an adult elected sitting council member, you made those remarks, which is a fact. And he was 14 years old. He apologized. And that's it. People do, as a kid, we do make mistake. As a responsible adult, when you make a mistake, you should take responsibility. That's all. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So I'll do as I always do. First of all, I'm glad that we're back in the city council chambers and everything has been repaired and it is at a place of safety. So I just want to commend the work that was done in this council for approving that work. It took a little bit of time, but our safety and your safety is a priority. I want to say thank you to the public that is present and those that are viewing and watching and participating in the meeting on tonight. I want to say welcome, Councilman Ibrahim Omar. This is your first time in our meeting, and I want to welcome you. I'm sure the 6th Ward, I have to say, the 6th Ward has a great structure of what they've already have in place with town halls. They have a great business momentum going on. And so it's funny that you are the councilman, but you've always been a part of what has been going on. So you're going to do a great job. They've already invited you in. They've accepted you. And I just want to put it on record. I didn't make any deals with anybody to support him. I didn't need to. When you know someone that is out there in the community, when you hear from their leaders and they say, this is someone, and we sit as council members, there were many names that came before this dais that people were looking to have in the council. We know how it happens. When you get to 5, that's who gets the vote. On this side, he got 8 votes, or 7 votes. Was it 8? He got 8 votes. 8 votes. He was voted in unanimously on this council. Unanimous. Go back and watch the tapes. So I want to say to you, as a mother, a grandmother, an educator, for me, I believe in grace and mercy. Things that are done when you're 14 and 15, if everybody take a look, as Michael Jackson says, the man or the woman in the mirror, I'm sure there's stuff you did at 14 and 15 that you may not even be proud of. My thing is, what are you doing now? That's what we're going to look at, because I'm not judging you. None of us were judged based on what you did at 14 when you came to this council, or 15 what you did on this council. And I'm not saying what was said or done was not as wherever. But to me, it is our responsibility before we vote to do our due diligence on who we put in places, whether we vote yes or no. We have to do that beforehand. But to put someone somewhere and then want to remove them after they have had not an opportunity to serve in that capacity, I think is a slap in the face. And I want to commend all of the leaders that are watching in the 6th Ward community. Thank you for watching, because I have your text messages. Thank you for watching, and thank you for already supporting your councilman of the 6th Ward. You have a great person that will be representing you. As you already know, I'm always in the 6th Ward. I will be supporting him, and I have his back. I'm sure the other council at larges and other council members as well. We want to work together. There is a misnomer, and I hear it sometimes stated at this microphone. The council members do absolutely nothing. And I want to say this. We have 79 items on tonight's agenda. This does not count for other agendas. Every time we sit here, we do stuff. When we vote yes, we're doing stuff. The people voting yes are doing stuff. And I know sometimes it's misconstrued or miscommunicated outside of the fact, but when you go back and look at the agenda and look back at the items and the resolutions that are attached, you look back at stuff that's happened in the community, it's as a result of those individuals that are voting yes. Some of this stuff we have advocated for. We have pushed forward in wards or in different areas of the community, because based on the needs, based on community input or insight to say these are things we need to get done, this is a solution. possible potential recommendation for something to be done, we take that in. We meet in committees. We have a committee assignment. We meet. We conversate in committee. We bring it to the administration because we work with the administration. We're not puppeteers to the administration. The administration will tell you firsthand, MEMS does not always just vote. Behind the scenes, look, Corporation Counsel is telling you straight up, I am not a puppeteer of anybody. I fight strongly for the city of Paterson all the time. I don't do it from here because it's not necessary. The fight needs to happen behind the scene, in committee meetings, emails, coming into City Hall, having conversations. I had a conversation with the mayor today. I walked in, he was downstairs, right, Councilman Khalik? And I put him right on the spot. This is what needs to be done. This is it. And then Councilman Khalik said, Mims, you know what? You mentioned this a while ago, and I got to say you were right. It was an idea I gave a while, and he's now like, yes, we're going to bring it forward. But it takes a while, but I'm not going to yell and scream across the dais every single week about stuff that you could talk about behind the scene. You got to be able to build a working relationship. They may not ever go to your house. They may never drive in your vehicle, whatever, but we're here to do the people's business. Our agenda is the people's business. Sometimes when I hear things stated at the microphone, we're going to vote you out, you got to go. Where are we going? The election is next year. And 6 of the council members, they're not going nowhere for 3 more years because they just won. So sometimes when people are saying that, it's based on information you receive it. And I want to put this on record. I normally don't do it, but I need to do it tonight. Someone called me and they said, someone came to my house and met with me because a certain individual was putting together a slate. They're running for mayor, they have a slate, and the plan is to take you out, Davila out, and Uden out. Not knowing that they were my cousin. They're my family member. It was my cousin. So I said to them, you should tell them yes. You should tell them yes. I'll support your slate. I'll do whatever you want. And as we win the election next year, we'll go back and give them a high five for trying. We do a lot of work in this community every day. I don't care how many meetings you have with your private crew, your open crew, your midnight crew, and your backdoor crew. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of effort to take people out of seats that really put the work in for the city on the ground. I wish I had my fan tonight, because I'd be like, where your fans at? Because Mims puts the boots on the ground. It's going to take you a lot to take Mims out of her seat. Keep meeting with my family members. I applaud you. Keep meeting with my cousins, family members, as they come back and tell me your plans and your ideas. To run for mayor and win a mayor seat, you got to have a relationship with the county, with the state, with the federal, because it would be a sad state in Paterson that someone wins the mayor's seat and you have no relationship. Paterson would be in state control. We would be shut down. So you have to be, the presidency is different. They control everything. That's a totally different race. So we have to be clear, very clear. You don't know if you're going to be living by next year. You don't know if you're going to be living in a couple of months. Your focus, I am not speaking to you. I have the floor. I have the floor.
We're closing the public portion, please. Members of the public,
and let me put this on record.
Please.
I got this. Let me put this on record. As a granddaughter of a sharecropper who has migrated here from the South, who has been in Paterson all of her life, you cannot tell me about history or quote anybody's name in the city that I would not be familiar with or have not had a relationship or maybe related to, because I've been here for all my life. I've never moved. I don't live in another town. I don't visit other towns and come to the mic and rip people to shreds. I don't do that because I live here. My goal and focus as I sit here is to help the residents in the city of Paterson. That's what we're here for. Whether you believe it's an agenda, we're in a conspiracy theory, we're operating in corruption. Some of us must be the brokest corruption people in the world. Because I don't know where the corruption is. We sit here, we fight. We come here 6:30. I'm on the finance committee. Tonight I led the committee meeting. We're here an hour before the meeting, fighting. We had, on the committee meeting, we had 14 items that we discussed as a committee, and then we came out here to make sure any questions came up as a committee we knew. If you attend committee meetings, if you're a part of the process, you will get it. In closing, I keep hearing it talked about, and I don't normally respond because a lot of it we know is alternative facts, is not true. But to hear it keep stating that we as a council help to steal property from a church is absolutely not true. Councilwoman Cotton and I, when that first came forward, we asked for every document from this city and the tax assessor's office to get the details. I have put it on the record. If you go back and watch the tape, I said, let's have an executive session with the pastors. I reached out to the pastors group so we could bring the pastor in. The pastor said, no, I am good, because he knows, we know what the real deal is. We have the proof. We have the proof. It is not a true statement at all. And I'm not going to do the back and forth because I deal with facts. But to hear it keep saying that we stole property from a church is absolutely not true. And let me say, and I'll put it on record, that pastor, if you believe we stole property from you, please come to the microphone. Please show up to the city council meeting. Please call Councilwoman Mims, 973-902-1957. Let me know when you want to meet and all that, because I'm going to bring every document that this city mailed out to the church in your attention. Please come, because I'm so tired of hearing it. I normally don't respond, but to hear it again, it makes this council look like we're really, really crazy, that we would steal property. How can we steal property from a church? We did not do that. And be careful of information that you're listening to and receiving. And G, I heard you talk about the microphone and all that. I'm sure Council President will address it. But I'm going to say this. There is an ordinance on the book for the decorum that is supposed to be set in this chambers. The time is 3 minutes when you come to the microphone. The Council President has been lenient, and he also says, okay, wrap it up. But if you continue to go on, he got to bring some level of decorum. He has said it. He has banged the mic. He said it openly. That's enough. Wrap it up. And people have continued, not just tonight, many times. Some people speak for 26 minutes. Tonight, 7 minutes plus. He said, wrap it up. Time is up. So we can't talk about the disrespect of the Council President being a decorum when we're not talking about the disrespect of the people at the mic that don't want to listen. And we do not have 2 minutes. 2 minutes is only when we're going forward through vote. When it comes to public portion, which we're not voting on a particular item, we're closing public portion, there is no time limit. There's no 2 minutes. That is not the rule. That's not the rule per the law. And I'll give you the law in the books. That is not the law. But my thing is, we have to make sure the respect we want, we have to give it as well. Let's bring this place to meeting to a place of decorum. We have to work together to move this city forward. It's going to take more than one person. You may not like somebody. I could care less if you don't like me. If you want something done, call me. I have many people, I see them post on Facebook. Every council member needs to go. Everybody needs to go. And then they're on my phone calling me, and I call her to buy tickets, and we still go. Could you fix such and such? We still fix it. We still resolve it. So how do you want, if we go, I'm going to speak for me and Cotton right now. If we go, who you going to call? Because y'all call us for everything. The cat stuck in the tree, the raccoon on my back porch. This is not even stuff that pertain. Gee, I have the floor. But you call us for everything. And I don't mind because I take your calls 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. You call both of my phones and I respond. But we have to be careful what we're saying. You want to remove us, who you going to call? Who you going to call? When we're out of this seat, who are you going to call? Be careful. Be careful what you're saying. You're saying, oh, we got some people. They're not going to win. We're not even worried, because guess what? Some of us may not even be running. So you're not going to take us out of anywhere that we don't want. Whatever we want and wherever we want to be, we're going to be there until God tells us our time is over. Not because you're trying to build some type of gallop to take people out. Be careful, as in the scripture, the gallop that you plan to take somebody out may be the gallop that take yourself out. Be very careful. Madam Clerk, with that stated, lifelong resident from the 4th Ward, Born and raised in the 4th Ward. Born and raised
Sir.
in the 4th Ward. But I'll meet you out there. You want me to take my jacket
Sir.
off? I got you. I got you. You want me to bring somebody out because you're a man? Now I can handle you on my own. But
Sir.
Okay, I'll meet you outside. I got you. Oh, we could talk. We need to talk about it. I could meet you in the hallway. No problem. Because for me, it's about conversation. For me, it's about respect. Right.
Sir,
and you're disrespecting me
closing
now.
the public
So we
portion.
will have a
You
conversation.
have your time on the mic.
We'll walk in the hallway. Absolutely. So, Paterson. That's why you voted for Mims. I see all y'all texting me. Mims is walking with boots on the ground as your councilwoman at large. I'm not worried about nobody taking me out my seat. I'm not worried about going nowhere until I'm tired. And when I get tired, that's when I'm going to go. Amen, Billy? DPW got my back, police got my back, fire got my back, Councilwoman Cotton got my back. I ain't going nowhere. My vote is yes to close public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
I love Councilman.
Councilman Udine.
Ibrahim is the best.
Very confusing. All right, good evening, Paterson. Those who are watching us live and those who are here, thank you very much for joining us on the workshop session. So those who are here made your voice. Just know this: we are very thankful that you came here, and because you care about Paterson. But one thing I wanted to just address here, that we have seen that we do play a lot of blame games to show that everyone else is wrong and I'm right. But can you ask yourself a question? The problems, we do have shortcomings. We do have shortcomings. We have to work together to solve the issues that we are going through. There's no question. However, do you ever have seen that we came up with a productive idea that could be the possible solution of the problem instead of just blaming others? Recently, I have seen that in this chamber, so many of our community members came with a very empathy and sympathies that we are criminalizing the unhoused people. We have seen that. The chamber was full. The media, the news coverage, everything was there set. What was the solution? Is the unhoused people got their houses? Found a location to sleep? They're satisfied now? But we don't talk about this now. But everyone was here. We tried to get attention from the people. And the conversation died on the same day. So it means that we don't really care about unhoused people. We care about the issues that get attention. We have seen so many nonprofit, profit, community leaders, so-called leaders of the community came here and said that these council members are making the unhoused people criminal. These unhoused people still unhoused, still suffering, and no one is talking about it. So it means that we don't want solution, but we want attention. If we really care about that kind of issues, then we'd continue working on this until the solution comes. And that happens every single time. All right, make sure nothing happens out there, a police officer, because we don't want to see any disrespect to any of the council members. Paterson, should I stop? And I should stop because I cannot let my council members, yeah.
No.
Yeah, let's wait. Let's wait. No.
Sorry.
We cannot let that happen.
You could continue.
No, I mean, council members outside, what's happening?
No. There's no. Just a conversation outside.
No, I think we should wait.
No, we have quorum. We have 5.
If we sit here, listen to the first one all the way down, Jackson never get up and leave her behind.
Council members, so let's just finish the public portion. Councilman Khalid went to the bathroom, so I have some. They're on the way back, so you could continue, Councilman Udine.
All right, so thank you, Council President. Then this is what exactly happens. In 2022, when I was elected, And I was reached out to one of the council members regarding one of these streets, said, hey, councilman, I want this street to be fixed. Last 10 plus years, I never seen anything have done on this street. The response was that this is not my job, this is DPW's job. That was, why am I elected for? If I don't really represent the voice of the residents, the problems of the resident, this should be the voice. And this is why finally we got Redwood Avenue is done, Colonial Avenue is on the way to be fixed, and all the Salem and all the small streets should be fixed. I'm not blaming anybody. This should be the cooperative action to get things done. Now, here we just what I try to do is, I am better than others. That's the game we just played. But tell me what we have done which is better than other person. Can you set an example that I can follow you? There's none. There's none. That there's no set example. I'm a new council person. Ibrahim Momor just got in here. And I look up to my brothers and sisters that are sitting here. I believe that they could have set better example that we could have used it. But I don't see that. If we really use them as a model for us, maybe I have to be disrespectful to my people here, and I have to be disrespectful to my colleagues here, if I really follow them as my role model. And you're talking about that you are great. I don't know where's the greatness coming from. Paterson, recently I have posted a video of a person dumping on our city street. And that particular location, I, with the help of DPW, cleaned 3 times in the last 2 months. I went to a resident's house and made him agree, request him, can we, put one of the cameras to this direction? And he agreed. And finally, we were able to caught the person. Some people are saying, why did I put my video down? But let me talk about why. Since I put the video up and I said, anybody, you don't want to put anybody's video, send over to me, I'll take care of this, I'll do this. But the reason I put it down, you should know this. Before we apprehend the person, we apprehend this offender, the family of the person reached out to me and the DPW director who's here right now. As family, they are sorry and they are ready to pay whatever they need to pay. So since they came by themselves, they could just hide, they could just be silent. And I felt we should show respect, give a chance, that since the family came by themselves, we did not really go and find the person. So this is why I believe that was effective. Shame or name, I believe that should take place. But again, it's not really the reason of putting the video down, is showing a respect to the family and giving a chance to not to happen. However, we have to continue working together and make sure that this kind of action doesn't repeat in our city. Now, Sebastian Mejia, who was here, he spoke about vaping products in our teenagers' hand, smoke shops every corner, right next to the schools, mosques, churches. That's very true. One of the ordinance that I was last year, it's about 7-8 months ago, a group of scholars from Montclair State University came here, presented in the chamber, and showed that if we adopt a new ordinance for licensing vaping products, even we hire people for enforcement, we still can make about $500,000 per year. And Corporation Council said he put everything together, blended with some new ideas with controlling the smoke shops. However, one of the committee is holding it for a while. However, I'm bringing this back for sure. That's the presentation will take place very soon. I'll definitely announce. And I believe the next regular meeting, I'll ask Council President to have his time for bring this item back for presentation and make the people aware that what could have done, that could be possible solution, or anybody could give input toward it, and that we can adopt as well. Now, you are not here, Mr. Guerra. I was talking about the person that I posted the video, and I'm not sure you heard or not. but the family reached out. We did not actually catch the person. The family reached out from themselves, and they said, this is my father or my uncle, and we are sorry for that, and we are ready to pay our punishment. And then I connected them with the DPW director and all the inspectors. They had a meeting yesterday morning. And after the meeting, when they confirmed me, they all are in contact and they're on the hand of solution, and they are almost ready to pay the penalties. And at that point, I said that let's show the respect to the family member who reached out from themselves, so that's why I put it down. However, I'll continue posting name or shame videos. If you have anything to send over to me, I'll take care of this. So, about Ibrahim Omar, who has been voted by us recently, and all of us, those are sitting right here. If I'm not satisfied with Ibrahim Omar, I would vote no, 100%. Why would I have to support him? I'm no way, committed that I have to support him for anything. I felt that he's the right person for the seat, and I voted. I believe that he is the right person. Now, yes, the item just mentioned, the frustration that we are talking about here, but I have another thing to mention here. I have attended one of the event of former 6th Ward Councilman, current Assemblyman, Ala Abdulaziz, and which was in Brownstone. And in his event, if we send the flyers in his event of the posted of Ibrahim Omar, how fair it is. Is it freedom of speech? That's his private event. He rented, he's paying for the event. I cannot just walk in and pass the literature there. So when I'm blaming others, I should know my protocol, how much I can have done. And do not please, this term, freedom of speech, the professor is right there at Passaic County Community College. Next time I want you to speak about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech does not mean disrespecting others. Expressing your rights, but you cannot disrespect others. That's not what freedom of speech means. So I believe that next time that you are going to talk about what freedom of speech exactly means. So again, next meeting, please, because we need to educate ourselves on those items. We cannot just use it for everything. So Paterson, I'm not saying I'm doing great, but I try to reach out. I try to walk. Even today, it's not my election time, but I still knock doors. Any area I go, I knock doors. Sometimes I leave my letters that I was at your door. Anything I can do, I'll call me. I'll do my part. And this is what exactly I think all council members are doing on their way. I have seen Brother G posted 2 videos of Councilman Velez in 2 different spots, walking in the neighborhood. This is great. So we all are trying our level best. However, your suggestion will be greatly appreciated. But how? If you just keep on disrespecting and show that we are not doing anything, how are you going to take your suggestion? So I'm always, and I believe we are always ready to take your suggestion to improve ourselves and serve you a better way. So Paterson, thank you, Council President, for giving this extended period of time. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. Paterson, I'm always available to you for any time, anything. I never say the time limit to what time you can call me. You can call me anytime. My phone number is 973-582-8195. And you believe me, this is why 40+ interns just joined me only for 3 months of spring internship, because of your trust on me and on my leadership. And I believe that if we work cooperatively here without playing blame games, I think we can give you back in a better way and serve you better way. So with that intention, I believe Paterson will be in right hand in the near future. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Yeah. Brother York.
Oh, thank you, Professor. There was some concern. The gentleman came here due to notice. First of all, thank you for the blessing in the beginning of your conversation. And everything that you stated is true. That's why we're here to legislate, to make sure what you requested met the standard of the city about the vaping, the smoking. The school district has policy on that. So, you know, they are responsible that kids don't walk into school with vapes or whatever, you know, e-cigarettes. We even put stores that are close to school that they not could dispense those type of items to students if they go to the stores or whatever. So, you know, we keep it, especially we have safe quarters in the schools, like high schools, that Paterson Police always taking care, like Kennedy, Eastside High School, and other schools that they patrol twice in the morning and the afternoon to make sure the safety of the children are met. You know, I heard the word of Mr. Key about ego defense. I listened to Mrs. Janelle Fields about, and her message was in point, respect, behavior, etc. That's what we want in the council, a set of decorum, that we could send a message from here out there and people could watch it and say, you know what, the council have improved the relation. Whatever we say through here, after you say it, it's hard. It's hard to correct it. You have to have the right facts to correct it. Mr. Gio spoke about issues in East 16th Street. Before he posted the pictures, a former councilman, well, Councilman McCoy, called me Sunday saying that, you know, he have noticed that he take that road through there to go to church, and there's a gridlock in the afternoon and the morning. Everybody like to go through there to cut traffic to Route 21 or whatever, 20, and they like to go to 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, so it comes a little bit. Well, so what I did is I visit Mr. G. Greer before you posted the pictures about the trucks on the sidewalk. I missed you for a couple minutes probably, because when I left and I saw the post, that's why I said I just spoke to the owner and the manager and this and that regarding the trucks on the sidewalk, the trucks sticking out to the curb, and he acknowledged that he will correct that situation. Unfortunately, you know, drivers sometimes do whatever they want, and the last thing they know is that the manager don't know about it until they don't pick outside. So I told him, you need to enforce it. He need to come out and enforce it. So communication is a must. Besides that, you know, you put it out there and people express themselves. But I went there, I spoke to the individual, I told him, I didn't put you on the spot, but I told him that there's some kind of complaints, you know, and they had to be addressed, right? For pedestrian safety is one. Speeding, two cars at the same time cannot go through there. Our trucks go through there to go to the yard. So, you know, pedestrian safety. Last thing I don't want to do is to put signs on no parking anytime, because then you're going to hurt the residents when they don't find parking, right? So talking to them to see how they improve, and not, we'll issue enforcement more deeply into the area, and already PD knows about it. In your case, G. Greer, thank you for exposing things that we need to know. Sometimes we probably a step ahead, right? We had that conversation, and you too, when you report something, sometime I call you and say, I already reported it, and that's communication. You know, that's communication. Curtis Street or whatever the street is over here by the Salvation Army is a deep problem there. So it's not just putting a blacktop and let's go. You know, there's other problem there that have to be engineering studies to make sure that when they build the real blacktop, don't come back again the problem, right? So far DPW is using the patch truck to alleviate the potholes around the city, not only that one. Please understand that we have 8.9 million square feet in the city. All the requests that this council sent to DPW is duly noticed, and there's a list. Every time I send it to DPW, to the director or any councilman here, they not ignoring. Remember, it's a crew. I think it's only a crew of 4 or 2 people driving around that truck. Listen, and we are heavily traffic road, right? Heavily traffic road. So it takes time to cover potholes, and also the weather had to be permitted. Today it could be warm. Tomorrow you never know. It's snow. We're still in winter. Okay, we're not even in spring. Okay, so we had to understand that part. Mr. Mejias, there's 2 Mejia came here. The one that Mr. Daniel Mejia, you know, probably I understood why you say that they send out just a piece when he shows in the on the video. That's why when you Oprah something, because sometimes the time that you're giving is off, so you always have to Oprah the exact approximate the time, the date, the exact location. So if your accident was in Market Street and you know that you have the camera all the way down Main Street, so try to give all the information for they could check all the area, and they will follow any video they will submit it to you to be more precise in what you're asking for. This is important, Councilman of the 6th Ward. I know you're aware because you are in the 6th Ward. Alabama Avenue has become a racetrack. You know, everybody's speeding through there to escape to Route 80. We lost a gentleman in that street. You know, the family had requested speed hump or any speed reduction. Director, if you could send the engineering department to look into Alabama from Lakeview all the way down to Pennsylvania, because it's too wide and it don't have a lot of stop signs. So people speed through there to go to Lakeview Avenue, Route 80, or go back and forth to the city. We lost a gentleman in that road, so the family is looking to see if we could put some kind of speed device or things like that that alert the people, or pull more stop sign. They could stop. They don't have the opportunity to speed up to the other one. That's Alabama Avenue. This is a sad news. You guys recall that when we was in 77 and on the studio last meeting regarding Martin Mendoza Jr., the gentleman that was disappeared around Clifton area. You know, I was working with the family since day one, since they work. Unfortunately, that he was found without, dead on the mountains. Garamond. The sad part is that the family did the investigation their own, right? They went, say, listen, this is the video the last time that he came from Dunkin' Donuts. This is the video that he came out from that street to that street. The last time he went up the hill to the mountain. 17 days after, they find him, they find him in the, on 100 feet away from the road. So, and this is the second case we have, people disappearing, walking, and 17 and 20 days they find them dead. So I know the police department is doing investigation, prosecutors doing investigation, but we have to keep our eyes open. You never know what's going out there, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I know everybody mentioned, especially Councilman Jackson, the legal department, yes, did respond to you on March 4 regarding your request, not a removal, rescind your vote regarding Mr. Ibrahim Omar, with love, Ibi, you know. I say I got your back, my friend. And I will keep my word. And I could say that the last person and other people here never sat down with nobody saying, give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that, to put him in that chair. First of all, even the councilman of the 6th Ward say, I'm staying away out of it. Let you guys decide. You're a governing body. All right? There was other candidates, and they was told too, you need to lobby for your votes. Okay? So we all voted for you. You're here to represent the people of the 6th Ward, and sometimes people that are not from the 6th Ward, because but always communication is a must. If you get something from the 5th, we go back and we help them. Nobody was born with a book of instruction. We learn day by day. We learn hour by hour, minute by minute, et cetera, et cetera. So they sent me this gummy bears, and it's not to shut up. But let me say this, and let me keep it clear. And he could do whatever he wants. He could put a resolution, not pass it through legal. He feel it to put in a paper and put in a workshop. Everybody got the right to do that. But when it comes up to go to the real thing, okay, to vote for it on a regular, they have to have the consensus of the council to put it on a regular. It's a workshop. So I was reading, you know, and let me say this. I have, since 2016, sitting in this dais as a councilman in the 5th Ward. Way back, I drafted a resolution, okay? And I say way back, I drafted a resolution. And in that time, I discussed it with the council president to bring it to the workshop. And he said, no, Councilman, think about it. I even told corporate counsel to put it in legal paper, okay? And he still told me, think about it, okay? And I think about it. And this was almost 2 years ago, Council President. This was about 2 years, so at least a year and a half or something like that. And the resolution said, resolution to censor Councilman Michael Jackson, sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez. In that time,
I'll second it. Bring it forward. I'll second it.
There's not a movement here.
Bring it forward.
I'm not moving it. Sir,
Councilman
I didn't
Jackson.
interrupt you. Have respect, had decorum, and listen to me. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking your nonsense.
Please continue, Councilman Velez. Please.
So the way I, as a municipal council of the city of Paterson, and I want you guys, I just want you to listen to what I'm going to read and go back to all the meetings, tapes of this council, and you tell me if I'm not right. And I'm going to read it, Council President, with all respect.
Yes,
Whereas the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson and the legislative body, pursuant NJS 4069A1, sequence entrusted with acting to the best interest of the city and his resident. Whereas in order to properly and efficiently carry out the business of the legislative body, the Municipal Council require its members, all of us, its members, to act in a responsible, professional, and honest manner. And whereas Councilman Jackson is a member of the Municipal Council representing the 1st Ward of the City of Paterson. And whereas Councilman Jackson had repeatedly made inflammatory statement at City Council meeting which the sole proposed and disparage his council colleagues without any factual basis for those statements. And whereas Councilman Jackson has repeatedly made not only false statement about the city officials and employees, again without any factual basis for those statements which may subject to the city to a liability and unnecessary expenses. And whereas Councilman Jackson has repeatedly and irresponsibly excited a mob atmosphere at the city council meeting by levying accusation of racist and discrimination against city officials and employees, again without any factual basis for those statements and with the sole purpose of causing alarm to his colleagues. And whereas Councilman Jackson assaulted a police officer in the chambers, whereas Councilman Jackson has made anti-Semitic remarks during council meeting, whereas Councilman Jackson had made threat of physical harm to his colleagues on the council members and administration and others. Whereas Councilman Jackson used the council aides and others associated with him to attack council members with disparaging and unstructureful remarks during council meetings. Whereas the municipal council feels that the same behavior has brought shame, scorn, and disrepute over the municipal council and citizens of the Paterson. And whereas the municipal council feels that a pattern of such willful violation of the law and decorum and make Councilman Jackson unable to equally to carry out the duties of the city councilman. And whereas the municipal council feel that if Councilman Michael Jackson continues as a member of certain municipal council committee, it will distract this substantive business before the city council. And whereas the municipal council feel that it will be in the best interest of the municipal council and the citizens of Paterson if Councilman Jackson is stripped from his council committee assignment and etc. Whereas the municipal council feels say action inappropriate and wishes to cast an official vote of censure to Councilman Michael Jackson. And let me say this was draft based on the action that I have seen with Mr. Jackson towards us. And I didn't mention here when he insulted me, okay? Why? Because it's not personal. It's his way of conduct in this side that Mrs. Field asked it to everybody get along. Everybody let's respect each other and still continue. If you think that everything that I put here is wrong, go back to all the tapes of this council and look at the action of Councilman Jackson in video, and you tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong, all right? So make your own judgment. I'm not putting this to a vote today. It's when you point a finger like this, you have to make sure the four are not pointing out to you. You pointed out something that this young man apologized, okay, to the community twice and continue saying, when I was a kid, let me tell you something. That's why the juvenile system, if all those juveniles that committed mistakes, there will not be no second chance to them when they were adult. I know he's going to do a great job. I know. And if he's not doing a great job, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take him back to that office, and I'm going to say, you need to align. You need to do the right thing. That's why we colleague, to defend each other, to do the right thing. We could have this conversation with a colleague from the first ward, but sometimes he'd want to meet in the middle. And I don't have no personal problem. God is up there. No personal problem. The problem that we have is the way they conduct here. They think that we don't have family. He thinks that we don't have wife. He thinks that we don't have children, that we don't have a life out there, a private life out there. And then he don't think that people laugh at us the way that we are conducting here because other people promote that type of conduct. Saying that, I apologize for taking this time, not apologize for doing this. My vote is yes to close this section.
Thank you, Councilman. Council
Madam
President.
Clerk, I'd like to reconsider my vote, please. I can go after if he wants to.
Madam Clerk, I definitely want to make my comment. We're spending over 2 hours closing the public portion.
I'd like to reconsider my vote when it's
Madam
time.
Clerk, I'm speaking. Paterson, and I'll be extremely brief. First of all, I want to say thank you to members of the DPW department that worked really hard day and night to get this chamber done. It looked beautiful. I want to say thank you to those DPW workers. They deserve to be recognized, and I'm looking forward, Director, ability to recognize them right here on a regular meeting at the council chamber. Those DPW workers that put a lot of time. I will see you every day, in the morning, and in the afternoon, having a conversation with Billy about things that need to be changed and done, and it look beautiful. This is the people's house, and we welcome every resident of the great city to the people's house. Now, speaking about the chamber, there's rule. When I became the council president, I put the 3-minute rule. There is a 3 light in front of the podium right there: red, yellow, blue, green, yellow, and red. And there's a clock in front of the chamber right here, and there's a clock in the back that will help you to use your 3 minutes effectively. Now, at the end of the 3 minutes, I give you 30 seconds just to wrap it up. I give you 30 seconds. Members of the public, please hear me out for a minute, please. So I'll give you 3 minutes. You could speak about, you could address the council, the administration. After the 3 minutes, I will give you 30 seconds to wrap it up, respectfully. After 30 seconds, I'm not being respectful. I'm not disrespecting you if I cut your mic off, and I will do it. This is the chamber, and there's rule here. Now, you're not disrespecting me when you try to speak over the time. You're disrespecting yourself. I didn't disrespect Ms. Hannibal. She disrespecting herself. Because after the 3 minutes, I'll give her 30 seconds. But she wants to speak for 5, 7, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. There's rule in this chamber. And as council president, I'm putting the rules, and I've been abide by the rules. Now, when I ask everybody, be respectful of the chamber. We don't want profanity here. Listen, we are on TV. We're on YouTube. Listen, if you love the city of Paterson, conduct yourself the right way. You could have an intelligent conversation. You don't need to curse to make your point across. And I feel so sorry for you. If for you to make your point across, you need to insult your council member or your council colleague, the people that you elect them, and you have to put yourself on that position. Shame on you. Shame on you. And they're the same people that every meeting they come in and they attack me, they curse at me. I don't mind at all. You have 3 minutes, and after the 3 minutes, I'll give you the 30 seconds. After that, you have to move. If we take 20 speakers, roughly we get between 20, 15, and 30 speakers. 20 speakers times 3 plus the 30 additional seconds, 1 hour and 10 minutes. Over 1 hour, hour and a half. After that, closing the public section. If every council member speaks for 20 minutes, it's 2 hours. Between public portion and closing the public portion is 3 hours and 20 minutes, plus 79 items that we have to take care of the agenda. How that sounds to you? After midnight, everybody wants to go home. Our main responsibility in this council is to complete this agenda. And if you want to get involved, if you want to take facts, and you want to get educated, get the agenda and look what we're voting for. Don't come and attack me. I'm okay with that. I know what I'm doing. I love this city, and I want order in this chamber. Amen. And I never get the police involved, even though some council member or Councilman Jackson want me to get the police involved. I know how to work with people, and I know how to handle people very well. Trust me. I've been in the private sector. I own 2 businesses. I deal with people every single day. So with that being said, I would like to encourage those people that come into the chamber, because I love to see the community here. Go over the agenda. My 3rd ward resident complaining about the step in the east side section destroyed. They cannot use it. They cannot exercise it. We're fixing over here. I know we got Francis and some members of the community complaining about the tennis court. That is not good. We're fixing that here. Resurfacing a road that needs to be fixed, it's on here. Economic development project, they're on here. And we're voting. Our fire department, they need equipment. It's on here. Our police department, it's on here. UEZ, right here. The library that everybody talking about, it's here. The contract with 2.5% increase and retroactive for the library and 3% in 2026 is here.
It's here.
So you voting no. So what are you doing here sitting here? What are you doing? You're wasting your time. You should be in another place. You're really wasting your time. But now, honestly, the problem that I see is that some individuals, they want to bring the race card. They think that putting black people against Latino, they putting black people against Arab, they think that they're going to get somewhere. And I will tell you something. My friend, you're so wrong. Paterson is one of the most diverse cities that I see in the nation. And one of the things that I love the most about the city is the diversity. And how can we work together as brothers and sisters? I'm going to continue fighting to unite this community. We're better together, as my councilwoman said. Yes. And Councilman Ibrahim, welcome to the city council. Thank you. I voted for you. Before you got elected, I see you everywhere with all the different communities. Always. You apologize.
Yes, twice.
Sometimes when it's good for you, you don't want to take other people's apology. When Councilman Jackson insulted the Dominican community, I reached out to him. I told him, I want to talk to you. He insulted the Dominican community. He called Juan Pablo Duarte a dictator, slave. It was disgusting what he said. I didn't use...
That's incorrect.
That's your opinion.
That's incorrect.
I didn't use... And he, listen, and he being so racist, with racist comment against myself, that there's no... And I don't bring that because I don't operate that way. But I call him, and he's a witness of that. I call him, and I said, listen, let's have a conversation. And he apologized. It's on TV. I'm sorry. Bring the tape. He apologized. I didn't use this chamber to attack him. I told him, listen, I think you're making a mistake. Let me have a conversation with you. All I'm asking, Paterson, is to, guess what? By putting people against each other together, you're not going nowhere. And listen, I'm black. I could have this conversation with you. And I know the history. And I could sit down and debate for you for hours. And I know what I'm working, and I know what I'm fighting for. If you ask me, I'm working every single day to make our city better. When people are dumping, I'm calling public work, cleaning Alabama Avenue, cleaning all the debris there, fighting for $1 million grant that we have to bring camera into the city to stop those people that are illegally dumping. When I came back at the council, my re-election, I was the councilman that changed the legislation and increased the fine to up to $10,000 for those people that are dumping. I'm doing my work as a legislator. I am an effective legislator, but I love to serve the people as well. I'm out there in the morning working with public work, and that's not my job because I'm a legislator. I should legislate. But now I'm out there every single morning because this is a great city. But there's only a small group of people that I'm willing to sit down with each and every one of you and have a discussion. I'm not afraid. Trust me, believe me. I'm not afraid. You see me at 1 o'clock in some area of the First Ward, Fourth Ward. This is my city, and I'm not going anywhere. And I'm willing to sit down with all of you. Those that try to put black people against Latino and all of that, that bring in that racist comment, I want to sit down because I want to prove you that you're wrong. We're better together, and united we could make our city better. You know how many people came to the city, and those people, they came with nothing, and they have business that employ over 200 people in the city? I could bring you those names. You have to acknowledge when people are doing good things for the city. All I'm asking is, let's be respectful. This chamber, people need to respect this chamber. You come here, you have your time to speak. You have the time to address the council, but you don't need to curse. You're looking horrible, you're looking bad, and you're making Paterson look bad. When you're disrespecting the time, you're not disrespecting me if you try to get into an altercation with the council president. You're disrespecting yourself. Let's change Paterson. But we're not going to change Paterson with an attitude. And I'm not saying that everything's kumbaya. Everybody knows that I'm running against the mayor, and I was the second highest vote getter. Everybody knows that we have, everybody knows. But guess what? When I have to go to the second floor and sit down with him and tell, listen, this has to get done. We have a conversation, and that's the way we're moving our city forward. That's the reason why I have the whole Riverside repaved. That's the reason why we have most of the area of the East Side area paved with my council colleague and my support, but working with the administration. And more East 34 on the list, East 35, East 36, all the way on to East 40. I was fighting for 6 different locations in the First Ward for Councilman Jackson. He doesn't even know that those roads are going to be repaid. I was fighting for that, and he wasn't fighting for that. I love the city, and I'm not afraid to work with everybody. This is not personal. I don't hate people. I love people, and I could sit down with any person. And I'm always saying this, God bless me more than I deserve. I came with nothing to the city of Paterson. I have my beautiful family, business, property. So listen, I want to give back to the city. I could do this job for free every single day because Paterson's a great city. Bergen County, Hodson County, they're already done. They're at the top. Now it's our time to clean our city. We're not perfect. Dumping is out of control in the city, but we have the legislation in place. We have $1 million grant that I'm requesting a report for those cameras, 70 cameras, to address the dumping issue. But we gotta work together in order for us to get the job done in the city. That's all I'm gonna say. Our public library commissioner, thank you for being here. We have to support public library. Corporation Council, I make a recommendation to use funding, the funding that we produce from filming in the city of Paterson. We collect roughly over $60,000, $70,000 roughly. I make a recommendation to use that funding directly into library. The summer program that they have with the mobile library, it's amazing. We have to do that. So I'm going to put that request on the floor, Corporation Council. I want to bring that legislation back to formally direct those funding to the library and use any additional funding to support library. We have to be creative, but we have to support our library. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to reconsider my vote, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
So, for a point of clarity, because I'm always willing to stand firmly on whatever I do, the statement that I made about Juan Pablo Duarte was the fact that he was a skin bleacher. And that was mistaken because it was actually Trujillo who was a skin bleacher. I never said anything derogatory. I stated it was a misstatement of a fact. It wasn't saying that Dominican people are thieves and robbers. It wasn't saying, and even the comment relative to the anti-Semitic comment, with reference to their ability to be savvy negotiators. How is that the same and equivalent from your aide calling a city employee a fucking nigger? How is that the same? You're making a comparison, trying to make it seem like, you know, Brother Malcolm said it the best. The media will make the victim look like the criminal and make the criminal look like the victim. Now, I welcome Councilman Velez's legislation. We all know he didn't write it. He could barely read it clearly. We know he's not capable of writing such documentation. I forget the word he used, but it's not even in his vocabulary. So Corporation Council wrote it for him, and I applaud because that's what he's supposed to do. But yet, when I call him and ask him for something to be written, he doesn't do it. But that's fine. Now, two things, Brother Greer. You know I stand on facts and truth all the time, right? I'm going to start recording my phone calls. Because I called Councilwoman Mims myself. I spoke to her, and I called her about something else. She then commenced to asking me, did I know who I was going to support for the 6th? I said, no, I'm not supporting. She said, no, I'm not supporting nobody. I'm leaving it vacant. We should leave it vacant. I spoke to Councilwoman Cotton. She said the same. Councilman Velez said the same. We should leave it vacant. He wanted to support Ilya.
Negative.
And Councilwoman Mims had nobody support. She said,
out of facts, because
I have the floor, Council President. I have the floor.
Council members, after he finishes,
That's what I said.
we're gonna close the meeting.
I'm
I'll take the agenda
gonna
with the
start
clerk.
recording the conversation. She said we would leave it vacant. Now all of a sudden she was supporting him from the very beginning. Al had no question. He was supporting him from the start. Al always knew, and it was always going back and forth. Councilman Velez, Council President Mendez wanted to support somebody different. Councilwoman Davila wanted to support somebody different, who then her sidekick, Khalik, didn't want to support. So they all were saying, everybody was going different ways. Then it turns up, then they bring me the information at the final hour that this is who they're supporting. They already had the vote. And I made it clear, even if you go back to the tape like they said and listen to what I said. reluctantly. And it's nothing personal against the brother. I'm going to go shake his hand. Hopefully he doesn't have an issue with that. But lastly, I'll say this. G, relative to the pastor in the church. You all know, and you may not know this, Brother Addison, this council voted to purge tax certificates. These tax sale certificates, they were out there on a billboard that the church had on its property. Well before he came here, Farrah Irving, and you could call Farrah and ask her yourself, G, because I've spoken to her already. Farrah was the corporation counsel. This council voted to purge them, meaning we dissolved those certificates. That certificate number was utilized to foreclose on the property. This council already voted to dissolve it. It was a unanimous vote. We voted to purge those taxes. That is a fact. So to say that the property was not illegally taken is inaccurate. To then try to put pressure on the pastor, I'll show you the text message from the deacon of the church where he and I are going to meet with the attorney that they're hiring to defend the situation. So if they felt if they felt that the support was coming from this council, they won't do it. They won't go to this measure. But these tax sale certificates that was already purged is illegal to be sold in a tax sale. Further, G, I'll say this last thing. The tax assessor, this council voted that it was a nonprofit property. He then puts it back on the tax roll and put that tax certificate that we already dissolved, put it in the new one with the new tax certificates. And if that's a lie, I'll resign, G. You got my commitment.
Well, why the pastor don't come here?
So she talking about lying.
Bring the pastor
Bruh,
here.
I don't lie. I don't do that.
Bring the pastor here.
What I gotta bring them here for?
Because
We know what happened. We know.
Council members.
We know that we purged those taxes. We know we purged them. And we know that certificate is included. I spoke to Corporation Counsel and he acknowledged it and admitted it. But yet, you still have illegal parking of those 18-wheeler trucks going on in that property. And who's doing something about that, G? So all of that they're saying, listen, Councilman Velez, please bring the legislation forward. I'll second it. You can make the motion. I don't have a problem with that. But just like the censorship of me, it's no different. It's a resolution that means nothing.
Oh, yeah.
And I wouldn't even say that because just like we voted to for a ceasefire in Palestine, what did this council, did anybody take a phone call from us over there? No, it was the same. We voted in support of that, which I supported. So all I'm saying is, listen, I'm not against Brother Omar. I'm going to make this clear because they're trying to make it seem like I'm not making this a racial thing. What I'm saying is the black communities, and specifically myself, I'm in support of every community all the time, 100% of the time, and yet when the black community is sidelined, nobody else wants to consider it being important. Nobody wants to consider when Cobb was called a fucking nigger by somebody's personal aide who's still in here, not once, but twice, doubled down on it. He doesn't have a daughter that plays sports, that grew up in this community. He doesn't have a family. Oh, our families. So all the other black families or black people who had to read the comment, and listen, it's a joke, it's over. But I digress. They're more than welcome to support and put whoever there, but I'm not putting my vote on that as I do every other item that I don't believe in. If I don't believe in it, I say no. And listen, why is it too late? What does it mean? What is it going to mean? If it's a feel-good resolution, we don't have the authority to remove him. He's already been sworn in. But I don't want my name on it. That's all. So,
all right.
Let me say something.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
My vote is
Wait
no.
a minute.
Okay, council members.
You know how many
Councilman, they gotta call the vote.
Let's wait. Let's close the public
They gotta close the
portion.
votes. Let
After
them
that,
close the
I will,
votes.
you know,
Let them
you
call
got
the
the floor
votes.
right after. Madam Clerk, please.
Cotton, I'm with you on this one.
I'm going to tell it what it is.
Sick of it now. Sick of it.
Madam Clerk.
And then I gotta go.
The votes are 7 in favor, 1 no, 1 absent. Public portion is closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Right after Councilman Cotton, I'm going to put a motion to close this workshop because we only have a few, the two department. I will take that. I will just organize the agenda with you. But Councilwoman Cotton?
You just asked for 61, Councilman.
Okay, you want to go to 51?
Madam Clerk, item 61, could you just add, for my cousin, Pastor Laura, could you add Councilwoman Cotton as a co-sponsor?
Thank you.
Please.
Councilwoman Cotton?
You want to be a co-sponsor? And Councilman Velez.
I just want to make it clear for the public. You know, I come to the city council practically every day. And I work closely with the tax assessor office. And they get loads of letters that they send out to nonprofits, to churches, because they're not returning the paperwork. And they have a certain amount of time to return the paperwork. To be coming, you're going to be tax exempt, but if you don't do this paperwork, we're going to put you on tax roll. I personally go to churches. I personally go, right now, I got 2 100% disabled vet that their family has not filled out the form for them to be tax exempt. And if they don't get an answer, then they put them back on tax roll. It's not hard to fill out a form. Why are they not returning these forms? But, you know, I want to say to a church, to a nonprofit, to a disabled veteran, you know, we need you to do this form. If you don't, you're going to go back on tax roll. I personally take it upon myself.
Why are there other properties?
I take it upon myself, and we done sent the past. I'm not including what?
They filled out all the forms for all the other
Councilman, let Councilwoman Cotton.
They filled out the forms for all the
you
other
got
properties.
forms to be filled out, but don't include me. And then now you gonna say
they own 10
Councilman Jackson, let Councilwoman Cotton finish.
Let me just say, well, why they didn't fill it out? Why?
Councilwoman,
Thank you.
Why they did not fill it out? That's all. Just fill it out.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
The form was being mailed to that location where the building was not
My
down.
thing is that, well, you know what? Probably if they would have gave it to Councilwoman Cotton, she would have went to the church and knocked on the door.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I need to fill out the form.
Motion to close. I'm sorry.
I'm here to
Council
help
members,
you.
we need Corporation Council need a minute to bring some clarity to one of the discussion that we have.
Yeah.
Corporation Council.
Thank you, Council President. I'll try to be brief. I just want to address a few things that were said in closing. First, in regards to Councilman Jackson's request regarding Councilman Omar, I think it has to be stated that Councilman Jackson, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, he might have been mistaken. I know he's got a lot going on. But his request came to us as a resolution to rescind the resolution appointing Ibrahim Omar. Sophia, you know that. I have it in writing from you relaying his request. So that was the request that we received. We didn't receive the request that I heard for the first time today, which is to just remove Councilman Jackson's vote. And again, I give Councilman Jackson the benefit of the doubt on that. The other thing is we did respond to Councilman Jackson. And out of an abundance of caution and to free myself and my office from any allegation of sort of impropriety or interest, I had my second assistant research the issue that Councilman Jackson requested. My second assistant drafted a memorandum and sent that to Councilman Jackson and to you, Council President, on March 4th. So we did respond expeditiously to Councilman Jackson's request. And again, maybe you were mistaken or you didn't see the email. And then finally, in regards to Mr. Mejia, I just, first of all, I want to thank the clerk's office because they work very closely with us in regards to OPRA requests. There's a voluminous amount of OPRA requests that the clerk's office receives, and they're diligent about it, and we're diligent about it as well. But there was an email that was sent in regards to his request. So first and foremost, there's a video of Mr. Mejia interacting with police. That video was given to him. We did a search. There's no other body-worn camera that captures any other discussions regarding that incident. To the extent that there should have been officers who should have turned on their body camera and didn't, that's an internal affairs issue, and Mr. Mejia should feel free to make a complaint about that. But certainly the law department isn't withholding anything, and I'll just briefly read an email that was sent in regards to this issue and Mr. Mejia's request from my office on February 24th, which it says, "Good afternoon. The results for case number provided only led to one video. This video was sent to the requester in July 2024 and again earlier this month. In an effort to obtain possible additional videos that may exist, multiple searches were performed for the video and filtered to those recordings during the time frame the requester provided. The results showed several videos. However, only one of the videos pertained to the requester. The remaining were from other cases. After the requester inquired about additional video in February 2025, a call was placed to the Paterson PD on February 10, 2025, and again today to review the date and time of the incident for any possible additional case numbers in an attempt to obtain more video footage. Outside of the case number, there are no additional case numbers provided for this incident. Please note, research is outside the scope of Oprah. Nonetheless, several hours were expended to conduct research to find a possible additional video with negative results. There is no additional video for this Oprah. So to the extent Mr. Mejia believes that video should exist because of other officers' presence and they didn't turn those body cameras on, he should make a complaint to Internal Affairs. But rest assured, Council, that the Law Department is not withholding or selectively releasing video. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you. Motion to close. Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the workshop section.
Roll call to close the workshop session of March 11, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the public, let me be clear. To the Council President made a comment earlier was also inaccurate. He doesn't understand the role, and it is clear in our bylaws and in the charter. Any council person can bring any item forward to the workshop agenda. Any item that is on the workshop agenda is to be considered for a vote at the following meeting. The council president has arbitrarily been utilizing his unilateral authority to remove items. It's not the case. As long as the item is on the workshop agenda, it's supposed to move forward. He stated an incorrect situation prior. Relative to my receiving that notice from Corporation Counsel, I'm gonna have to look into it because I never saw such an email. And he's correct. My initial request was to draft a resolution to have him removed. And understanding that the vote for him to be removed was not going to be favorable for what I was requesting, but still, as the item was brought forward, I would be able to remove my support. He could continue, in fact, he'll have an opportunity to vote on it himself and vote himself in. But it doesn't say that I was overwhelmed or too busy. What happened was I had to then go do my own due diligence because his office, who is there, tasked to be the legal arm and the research arm for the council, failed to do so for me. I had to go do my own research and find out that because he was sworn in, I was incapable, we were incapable of removing him, but we still can call for the letter of the vote. Lastly, relative to Mr. Mejia, see, this is the type of stuff that lends to a distrust in a community. It is not a Paterson code or law that officers must utilize their body camera. Officers are required by state statute, by law, to activate their body camera. Mr. Mejia filing an internal affairs complaint is going to do what? If the legal representative of the city, who the chief of police answers to, the mayor and everyone else, is found that an officer neglected, how do you know that, how do we know that that's even the case? How do we know he's not involved in actually making an attempt to keep video from going forward? We're just supposed to trust all of the things that's happened. I mean, does Najee's family trust, does Felix de Jesus' family trust all of the information that was given to them? They acknowledge he straight lied in their face, and now we're supposed to believe him? He's not under oath or being placed pressure put on him to lose his law license. But automatically, there should be disciplinary actions taken against any police officer that failed to put his body camera on. It's a law. It's in place. Why would a resident or a citizen be asked, one, he makes the request for the video, as corporation counsel, the city's attorney, whose job is to protect who first? The residents. But what he does is he protects the political interests of the mayor and various council members that will line up with their agenda. As the city attorney found out that that there was multiple officers on the scene and they failed to put their body camera in action, there should have been automatically disciplinary actions taken. This council should have got a report saying, this date, this failed to happen, and to mitigate that and get in the way of this happening again, this is the action we've taken. But let me go a little further, and I'll rest it here. On his failure, the state gave us $600,000 to create this whole thing he told me was supposed to be this great thing to help the community, this community court thing. They spent the money, and what happened to the community court situation? Nothing. Now, what he does is he gets up and leaves out when I'm addressing him instead of sitting here, and how many times you have to leave the room? He's left the room multiple times, went outside and negotiated. It's the requirement for the BA, who's not here, by the way, who Harry's doing a phenomenal job standing in for her. The CFO, if you look in the charter, it's required for them to be here. Required for them to be here. But I digress. And it's me. I'm the wrong one. It's because I'm saying something different. Again, people may perceive or try to perceive, allow the media to perceive for the right thing to be the wrong thing, but I'm going to be on the right side of history all the time, and I appreciate the opportunity. Madam Clerk, I apologize. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council President, for controlling the agenda. I think that's on your purview. When final voting comes in, you are the one who controls the agenda. Yeah, you're the only one understand, and you've been saying it for years, and your statement doesn't exist. When I was the council president, you used to repeatedly say the same thing over and over. And what happened at the end? Council president control the agenda. That's the fact.
That's because you can't read. It's not what the legislation says. That's a fact.
Okay, that's what legislation says.
Council President controls the
Don't entertain.
It does. I'm not going to entertain you. You could bark as much as you want. I'm not listening to you. That's the fact. What else I was going to say? I know you wasn't going to supporting anyone from the 6th ward, but somebody told you to do that and you did it. My vote is yes to close the meeting, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So, Paterson, as the days are getting warmer, please make sure that you ensure that you check on your children, check on your environment. If you're walking out in the nighttime, wear light-colored clothing, especially to those individuals that are on the bikes and the mopeds. Please wear light-colored clothing as you're out there, because when you're outside and it's dark, people cannot see you. This Friday, I've been doing this for over 2 decades, honoring women in the great city of Paterson. This Friday at 5 o'clock, I will have a free event here honoring 20 amazing women who rock right here in the chambers of City Hall. Congratulations to all of those great women honorees. One of our honorees is Councilwoman Cotton's daughter, my soror, Candace Cotton, is one of our honorees, and there's so many other honorees. I don't want to start naming them because I'll miss some, but please come out on Friday at 5 o'clock here at City Hall. We will be here to honor those amazing women. It will be all about the women. To my council colleagues and everyone, please come out so that we can celebrate them. We have a DJ that will be here and a lot of nice treats and plaques and stuff to give out. So please come out. In closing, life is so short. Please keep my family in prayer in the passing of one of my very, very dear cousins, Pastor Laura Jackson, which we will be funeralizing on next week. So
Councilman Jackson, Councilman, can you just allow us to close the public? No, but you're interrupting the whole council. Yeah, we hear you from here. Corporation Council, just give us a minute. After we finish, you could continue the conversation. All I'm asking is be respectful. Please, Councilwoman, continue.
And so, like,
Councilman. No,
but you're interrupting the
Councilman,
meeting.
listen. Rafael, can you pay, just right here. Just Rafael, give me a minute. Just put the camera on me. This is the problem, and this really people need to see what really happening. Rafael, I mean, I want people to see this is what really happened. We tried to close the workshop section. Councilman Jackson, he finished speaking. Now he has an altercation, he has a discussion with our Corporation Council, and he doesn't allow us to finish the meeting by closing this workshop section. Councilman Jackson, I want to ask you respectfully, can you stop the conversation and let us finish? Yes, you could. Yes, you could. You already voted, you spent your time talking. Now listen to me for a minute. Can you listen to me for a minute? Can you listen to me? You spent 20 minutes talking. Now you don't allow your Council Cali to finish, to close the workshop. You've been so disrespectful. You have to analyze yourself. Listen, you are an elected official. But listen to me what I'm telling you. You are an elected official. Please conduct yourself that way.
In the name of Jesus.
Council member, no, not Rafael. Allow us to close the meeting, please. Corporation Council, don't worry. I just want my Council colleague to vote and close the workshop section. That's all I'm asking. After that, you could continue the conversation. Thank you. Councilwoman, please.
So,
just give us a minute, Councilman. Just give us a minute.
Councilwoman, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Continue, Councilwoman, please.
people watch our meetings. I'm like almost in tears right now because people watch our meetings from all over the state. And it's very embarrassing. It is embarrassing that we're here doing the city's business. We can't complete it because of the back and forth, the arguing, the bickering, and everything that's going on, the disrespect to people's communities and ethnicities, bringing people to disrespect the council members and say things that are not true and give out information and all types of stuff. It is so embarrassing. And I am saying to the public, I'm saying to you, I apologize that you have to endure this every single week. It is so embarrassing. And there is a common denominator, and you see it. It is disrespectful. We leave our various homes early in the morning to go to our jobs, to come here, to have to endure the fighting, the bashing, the calling of names, and all of these things that go on in this chamber. It is absolutely absurd. We are now closing, and if you zoom to the right, you will see. We can't even close a meeting because there's a back and forth going on unnecessarily. We're trying to close the meeting so we can go home and the council president could finish up this agenda with Madam Clerk so that we can continue with the city's business. And I'm telling the public, when campaign season goes on, you could tell it's happening. And we are definitely in campaign mode for some. And it's absolutely embarrassing. It is shameful. It is shameful, and I'm saying it to anyone watching, anyone viewing, it is shameful. I would never have a mayor that is in confrontation, never. I would never support anyone that causes chaos all the time. I would never. I want my mayor to be a leader. I want my mayor to represent and operate in leadership. Even if they're not right all the time, we can agree to disagree, but to cause a chaotic divide on the city council and disruption where we can't do our work, we get called out of our names, we get called all types of stuff. And then it doesn't just stop here, it goes on social media. It doesn't end here. And we have to deal with this foolishness. We're parents, we're grandparents, we're grandfathers, we have people are watching. When the interaction was happening, people were ready to come here to make sure I was safe. And I've been saying that every week. When we come here, you may not think your comments are offensive or they are out of pocket. They are out of pocket. And people love and respect us, and they're not going to let you do anything to hurt us. You can call names, you can say whatever, and I tell people that's fine. But as soon as you touch one of us, the limits are off. And we have to stop it because it's unnecessary. We get blamed for stuff that is not city council stuff. You never blame the administration. You don't look at the mayor, but we get the brunt because we're the people sitting here. It is not fair. It is not fair and it's unacceptable, and it has to stop. And from now on, Council President, when someone comes to that mic and disrespects a council person, you have to put a stop to it. If they come to that microphone and curse out a council person, you have to put a stop to it. They call them out their name, you have to put a stop to it. Yes, it is a free country, we have freedom of speech, but there has to be a decorum here. And if they do it and it's not stopped, I will come on my mic and I will say something. It is unacceptable. Enough is enough. We're here to do the city's business, not to be called out of our name, not to be disrespected, so that you can prove a point or have a platform. Tonight, your platform ends. It is over. Enough is enough. I'm sick of it. And I don't care who's watching. You could come to the next meeting and say something at the mic. I'm going to say it again while you are present. Cut it out. We're not the problem. You're becoming the problem. You're creating a disruptive eruption in this council chamber and an embarrassment to the city of Paterson and throughout the state of New Jersey. Stop it. Stop embarrassing yourself, stop embarrassing the city, and stop embarrassing the chambers. And I'm saying it. This is Councilwoman Mims. I said what I said. It's time to go home. And next week, come with a better attitude. Come with a better decorum, and come with some respect. You respect us, we respect you back. You disrespect us, we're not going to sit here and keep taking your disrespect. No longer. It's unacceptable and should never be tolerated. Enough is enough. Madam Clerk, my vote is no. I'm going home. I need to get some rest, be with my family, and be with your children tomorrow at the schools. We will no longer tolerate this foolishness that goes on in this chambers. Enough is enough. Women who rock, I'll see you on Friday night. God bless you. Corporation Council, to our BA, I'm praying for your family. Even you have to sit here through that, this what's going on, and you're dealing with something in your personal family. Shameful. We're praying for you and your family. Praying for Hector Nieves. You got a new baby coming, and you're here through this.
You got another baby
The police officers going through stuff. You're here. Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, Secretary, council colleagues.
Councilwoman, you're voting
embarrassing, humiliating, disrespectful, and uncalled for. No longer to be said in this chambers. People are in corruption and they're sold and bought. Sold and bought by who? We still live here, so we can't be sold and bought. We still live right here in the city of Paterson. Everyone sitting here on this dais lives in the city of Paterson and work here. Shameful. Madam Clerk?
You said no, but you mean yes.
I didn't mean to say no. I'm saying no to them and no to the foolishness, but I'm saying yes to close public portion. God bless you, Paterson, and good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Wait.
Before I do vote, I just want to thank all my council colleagues for giving me the chance to be up here and I sincerely appreciate it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are closing this workshop today, and just during this time, on the side, the disrespect that took place, I believe that people of the city understands that. But we cannot just judge by our performance, by the attendance of this chamber and the people who speaks. I definitely know that people of the city of Paterson understands, and the numbers of the vote says that. But one thing that just struck me, and again I'm saying that, sometimes I feel that it is really, as of your representation, the people of the city of Paterson, I think we are failing in many ways. First of all, this is a beautiful city, wonderful people live here. But our character, our presentation is such a disrespectful. We cannot continue happen that here in the chamber. And I never mention any council member's name. This is not my character. I never, ever disrespect anyone. But we cannot allow that to happen multiple times. This is not the first time. We are very famous on the TikToks recently. People are calling from other municipalities, hey, what happened to your council chamber? And this is what we are talking about. And outside, when I was going to the restroom right before this happened, one of my brother who was here in the chamber spoke, and I was telling him that we could do better job and show our side and better person instead of just blaming others. But we have to look myself at the mirror before I blame others. And I know he's used the example that did I see any other council meetings and from any other states, municipalities that is worse than us? And my response was, I don't really take a look at what's worse than us. I look at what's better than us. So we have to fix our standard, whether we are looking down or looking up. But again, Corporation Council, on the behalf of everyone, like behalf of the particular council member, we are sorry to you, because this is not your job to deal with any council members for any particular reason. Your job is to see whether we are on the track by laws, and we are giving us all the paperwork before we come to the council meeting. That's what you are doing. And the particular resolution he was speaking about is on the email. So, and the council member was saying that he is in discussion. We are adults, we know what discussion means. So, again, it's nothing to say. Paterson, I'll thank you for the opportunity to serve you, and we're always blessed, always blessed. Stay safe and keep us in your blessings. With that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Councilman Velez.
First of all, Harry Savalos, you know, we praying for you, your family, your dad.
Yeah.
And thank you for the service that you give to the city.
Yeah.
No, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, another thing, I'm sorry to break the protocol. Madam B.A., Kathleen Long, or past Madam B.A., she lost her father. Wow. So please, we sent Kathleen Long's father passed away. Yes, so we sent, yeah.
Kathleen Long.
Kathleen Long, yeah. So we sent our condolences, and everyone please keep the family of Kathleen Long in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for giving up your platform.
Don't worry, it was important.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
And as I think, Harry Savalos, you know, before being councilman, I know the hardworking man you are in your division and your department and the professionals that you work. And being here, as Councilwoman Mintz say, and I echo that, Let's pray each other for your family. Take care of your family. It's the precious moment that God gave us. You know, this could be gone in one day. But your family, you had to enjoy it, and we had to keep you strengthened. Raise your hands. We're going to help you to keep your hands up and pray for you and your family. So, and please, the public out there and employee of the city of Paterson, pray for his family too. This is a united front that we're doing. Also, let's keep in prayer, as Councilman stated, the father of our former BA passed away. Let's keep the family and our deepest condolence to them and those that have lost a family in the city of Paterson, especially the Mendoza family are still struggling. If you know them, please reach out to them and assist them with any kind of donation to be able to bury his brother or his son. You know, to the public out there, Madam Deputy Clerk, also Madam Sophia, Secretary, as you know that Councilwoman Cotton could see us every day here, right? But I don't know everything. I don't know everything. But one thing I could say is that when I reach out to Madam Clerk or any secretary, I come and tell them, listen, I want to put this in a letter. I do the draft. I want you to draft this for me and put it in a letter with kind words, and you could testify that. And they put it all together for me, but I do the draft and they put it all together. Since I'm sitting here as a councilman, when there was a different corporate council there, I draft things in paper and say, can you do me a favor? Can you look where the law stands with this, right, corporate council? And he could test on this. Can you tell me where the law stands on this? Look at it and put it in a draft it for me. But he has a draft from me. So he put it in order. So humbly, I say it. I don't draft it. I don't type it. I have people that are more professional. They could put the legal part on it, and it's more clarity to the public. Now, probably I don't know how to read, like they said, right? Like he said, not they. Hey, he said. Probably I don't know how to write, or probably I don't know how to express myself. But one thing I could say is that I had drafted ordinance and resolution to address, more than him, to address the quality of life of the city of Paterson, and have been effective. The Fifth Ward residents have approved my work. I got elected 3 times without legal problems. It's true.
I know.
So, and I could go on and on and on. And let me say this. A lot of people know me in the Fifth Ward. Even in his ward, people call me to address situation because he cannot be found. So, and also I supported the goals of my colleagues. When they want to put something forward, I stand with them and I have a relationship. We could have our yes, our no, but at the end of the day, we're doing everything for the residents of Paterson. So, I don't know how to speak, I don't know how to read, but I know how to govern. And I know how to work. And from the beginning, I always say this, I'm true and real. Some people are true, but they're not real. And some of them are true, are real, but they're not true. And that's why the people of the city of Paterson put a nickname on me. Not because I asked, it's because they see how I work. And they call me the People's Councilman.
Right.
So saying that, I want to thank all of you to watch this meeting, but please forgive us because sometimes we want to have decorum, and some people break the quorum. Decorum, sorry. I want to invite the public we're going to be here Friday with you, sister, celebrating your event. Also, Sunday, I will be honoring 31 women's in the Clásico or the Rumba Zona Urbana. And everybody is invited. And let me say this. I'm honoring all my female councilwomen. Okay, for you to know. All right, I'm honoring Ruby Cotton. I'm honoring Dr. Lily Simmons. I'm honoring Marissa Davila. And also I'm honoring Miss Raleigh. Okay? And also, thinking out of the box, our wife had to wait a lot home, taking care of the kids while we're here. They suffer when they beat us. They cry when they see us, and they say, why they do that to you? Can you resign? I say, no, God called us to do this work. So I'm honoring the wife of Councilman Uding. Also, I'm honoring, he didn't have a wife, his mother's not available. I'm honoring wife of Alex Mendez too, correct? I sent an invitation to Councilman Khalid, but his wife don't like to be honored, you know, and I had to respect that. But I say I still gonna give it to her. All right, and let the record reflect. I got the text here. I sent a text to Councilman Jackson saying, if you have a wife or girlfriend, let me honor her in this event. So I didn't receive nothing back. For you to know it's not personal. It's governance. It's governance. So,
Council members.
talking about the legislative part of it. But listen, if God calls me before any election in the future, at least I want to leave in peace, knowing that I did my job and knowing that what God called me to do, I did it with the wisdom that he gave me. So saying that, God bless you all. Good night. Council President, thank you for managing the meeting the way you did. And Madam, let's keep in prayer, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
Please, that she come back soon.
Council President.
I miss her. Truly I miss her.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Council President.
Oh, and let me clear this out. Last but not least, these council members do not have a plan at all because it was stated at the Black History Month event. This council, I don't know where he got that from, that we trying to remove Madam Clerk. I don't know where he got that. It's a lie. We are praying for her, and we hope that she's back soon. You have done a great job. Trust me. We have 4 positions available, 2 in the city clerk and 2 in the city council office. Is online. Please don't get discouraged because this meeting is different when you work out in there. So apply and go through the process and give your best for the city of Paterson. So saying that, my vote is yes to close this meeting.
Council President, if I may, I want to change my vote. I'm going to be like everybody. No, I ain't going to I ain't going to be like everybody.
No, you don't have to change your vote. Just be brief. Just be brief, Councilwoman Cotton, and go ahead with your vote.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that probably 100,000 people is watching our council meeting. And let me tell you something. Children are watching our council meeting. We're having all kind of problems in our schools. Mm-hmm. They're watching adults.
And when they curse, too.
Acting like they're acting. When they see an elected official not respect the police officers, how do you think the kids are going to react? They're not going to respect that man in that uniform or that female in that uniform when they see it. So we have to do our best. Look, I'm not going to, I didn't get here to disrespect the community. I got here to work for the community, to do what I can do to help as much I can, pass good laws, pass everything. But let me tell you something. Our school district is struggling. They're struggling. When you go to a Board of Ed meeting and kids now think they can cuss you out. And nobody's supposed to say nothing to them because you got people cussing us out. Councilwoman Mims and I, we live on the same street, but we make sure that we each get in our house at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Or our kids, my kids, especially my son, I have an alarm on my house and it'll say door open. He waits for that to go off. So we have to be real careful. Like, don't keep, because they go to the schools. Our schools are struggling with children. They're struggling with, trying to keep them in school, trying to keep them, just right. Want them to come to school. That's why, I'd say to parents, get your children involved in as much activities as you possibly can. I've been doing a Black Art and Essay contest for the last 12 years. And we have gotten this year over 1,500 entries. I said, sometimes don't wait for the school to do it. You do it as a parent. Research some stuff. See what you can enter your child in. See what you can do. So with that being said, I just want to say to my corporation counsel, to our BA, to my deputy clerk, Phyllis, and my secretary, Sophia, it's not easy being here. It's not easy for them. How do you think they feel sitting here at these meetings, trying to take notes, trying to get stuff done? Working in the city clerk's office and the city council office is not an easy task because they're trying to write down notes, take your complaint, send it to the right department. They doing all of that. So with that being said, I just want to say to Omar, Ebby, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. It's about working together. I always say, you know what? I can't say I don't like you because I don't know you. Don't let somebody dislike you because somebody else dislike you. You got to get to know who that person is. Because it could be a good person. It could be something that they don't really know why they don't like you. They just need to, but never let no one. I always say to my daughter, she's at Kennedy High School, and I make sure I do snacks for kids, children. I didn't even mention it, but our people are watching this. That one day, I tried my best not to do nothing, but I went to school number 6, and the little boy said to me, Miss Cotton, I was watching you last night, and you got really upset. How do a little boy in the school 6, like in the 3rd grade, watching those kids are watching the meeting because the parents are watching the meeting, or the mother's watching the meeting, the grandmother's watching the meeting, so they ain't got no choice but to watch the meeting. At my school every day? Every day they see it. So with that being said, let's not pit each other against each other.
Yep.
Because we all got good things that we do for each other.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
We all got good qualities in us, and then we're all different. Thank you to my ladies. I see what y'all go through. Next time we got to change the meeting. We got to make it every other week and not do back-to-back. We'll make that suggestion next time.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. My vote is yes again.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council President?
Thank you. Before I start with my 2 minutes, just in closing of this workshop, I want to thank the Corporation Council. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you because you put it on record that you email, that you send the information to Councilman Jackson ahead of time. He sit there and he lied to the people and say that I didn't get that information. You're taking my item off the agenda. As Council President, I will never put nothing on the agenda that has not been approved by our Corporation Council. He's the one that protects us. Every item that we're voting on is a legal document, and we need to protect our city. As the legislator, I'll say responsible legislator, the least that you could do is make sure that Corporation Council reviewed the document and sign on. And because of that, I put him on the committee, on the legal committee, in order for him to have access to our Corporation Council. But he's still creating problems. And I'm not here to block any council colleague. For me, it's a true honor to work with all my council colleagues. When they have a project, I always like, bring it on, because I want to keep this council united. And I'm also going to keep the quorum of this chamber. You come here, try to disrespect my council colleague, you'll be out of the room. You try to disrupt the meeting, you'll be out of the room. This agenda, we have 79 items, and I'm so impressed. We have public work project, economic development, public safety, fire. There's so many projects that people are requesting that are here that is incredible. We spend hours at the committee meetings before we have this meeting. So we take this job seriously. And I would like to encourage our community to please go through the agenda. If you see any item that you want to comment on, I welcome you to this chamber. But when you have people that they come here just to disrupt the meeting, to insult council members, listen, it's sad. And that speaks about their character. This city is a great city, but we must come together and work together to move my city forward. To our third ward resident, thank you. We've been working really hard against those commercial trucks parking overnight in our street. Day and night, I'm out there. Thank you to our Paterson Police Department that they're patrolling the third ward and all the part of the city as well. And my cell phone number is 973-930-1436. I know that all my constituents in and out of the third ward, they got my number. The Eastside Park tennis court is going to be resolved. It's on the agenda. The step in at Eastside Park, it's already on the go. So let's do the work that people want us to do. But let's be a role model for our kids. Councilwoman Cotton, thank you. Our children are watching this meeting. You have people watching this meeting. When you sitting here, and I'm going to say this, the way you act is a reflection of yourself, and people are watching. Those people that elect you in that position are watching you. You should be the role model for our constituents and the people that elect you and put you in office. To Kathleen Lowe, my deepest condolences to her family. She lost her father. They live on the Ron Avenue in the third ward. So we're going to pray for her family. Harry, thank you for putting Paterson first. Regardless of your challenge, your family situation, your father, you're always here. And in multiple roles, wearing multiple hats. Kudos to you, and I want to say thank you for such a phenomenal job that you have done. You are a tremendous leader in this community, and we appreciate you, and we're going to pray for you and your family, Harry. Corporation Council, thank you. Madam Clerk, Sophia, thank you. Let's keep our Madam Clerk Jackie in our prayer. We need her. And Council Cali, I definitely believe, Council Cali, before I leave, if we've been mindful, pay attention of the time that we're spending, we could be more effective, because I want to be calling each of you council members to talk about committee report. At the end of the meeting, to give those committee reports. I see a lot of committee, Councilman Mims, meeting, community development, Councilman Udine, DPW, a lot of items, but I know I want to give you the opportunity to speak about future projects that are on the pipeline, on the committee meeting, and so in those committee report. On the next workshop, we're going to implement it, so we're going to have a conversation. I really want each member of this council in charge of those committees to talk about future projects that are coming on the pipeline. That way we could inform the public, so that way they could know ahead of time projects that are coming, because we want the community to be fully involved.
Right.
The power is in the people. If you get involved the right way, you ask questions, trust me and believe me, that we will have a better city. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The workshop session of March 11, 2025 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you. Good night, Paterson.